This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate what if Naruto and Sasuke were sent to Fairy Tale World by Kaguya. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Sasuke and Naruto had successfully sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki and put an end to the Mugen Tsukuyomi 2 weeks prior. But before putting an end to the endless dream, Sasuke revealed his scheme to bring about a revolution in the shinobi world by killing the tailed beasts and executing the five Kage, turning into an enemy who could maintain the world's unity as allies. Since Naruto was the last thing standing in his way, they would battle at the Valley of the End once more. Following a fierce battle that rocked the world and altered the terrain, their signature jutsu caused each of them to lose a part of their arm. Sasuke lost most of his left arm, while Naruto lost his right. However, the two fell into a deep coma as a result of the loss of blood and chakra that came from canceling the massive jutsu that entangled everyone else. To prevent Sasuke from getting into more trouble, the final battle between the two was kept a secret. Kakashi, the newly appointed 6th Hokage, was able to pardon his Uchiha disciple for his previous crimes with the help of the fellow Kage, but he and Sakura were now forced to watch half of their team drift away. Sakura turns to face the other members of the group, including Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, and adds, "Their vitals are stable," in a tone that suggests, "Any good news will do." And their artificial arms have bonded successfully, she continues. Before embarking on their mission to search for headquarters and find any wounded in the area where the Ten Tails struck, Rock Lee and Tenten said their goodbyes to Neji. Shikamaru says, "That's good. Our future Hokage has much to learn before he is ready to take up office." His gaze flits to the Uchiha, where Sasuke would spend the rest of his life bearing the name that terrified many shinobi and killed thousands more. Just like any kids he reared, they were unaware of how much Sasuke endured silent suffering as a child. Perhaps his departure from the village was more about escaping the agony of seeing your entire clan murdered. No one can empathize with such a tragedy. Than it was about merely acquiring power, as he claimed. But, like Naruto during the Pain Invasion, he returned to the village when they needed him. Kiba smirks and crosses his arms, saying, "I can't picture that ugly mug on the Hokage mountain." He recalls that in his dream, he was the Hokage and felt he did a great job leading the village. Ino flirtatiously remarks, "Hey, with all this fame, and how he acted during the war, I could really fall for the knucklehead." However, if Sasuke had grown up properly, she adds, mentally drooling, "and Sasuke is as dreamy as I remember." Shikamaru and Ino left together because they were now clan heads, and Choji would leave shortly after to meet his father for the same reason. Team Kurenai left together to get some food, leaving Sakura alone with her teammates. "It feels like things will be quiet from now on. At least for a while," Sakura says. "It would be best to enjoy and rest during this time of calm because she doesn't know how long it will last." She rubs their shoulders and says, "Get better soon you too," before heading out to tend to the injured. After she left, Kaguya Otsutsuki entered the room and gazed down at her son's descendants, who had soundly defeated her in combat despite their separation. She imagines a nurse entering to give them an injection and fluff their pillows, saying, "They could do more there." She imagines gliding over to them and touching their foreheads, causing their eyes to open but remain blank before closing again after she vanishes into their dreams. Now, they would probably fall into eternal sleep. "As a reward for defeating me, I will grant you both life, new lives past the world of chakra," she thinks. Inner world when Naruto and Sasuke awaken, they discover that they are in the same world where Hagoromo gave them their 6 paths power. However, this time, they are looking at Kaguya, their final foe and mother. "Why? You?" Naruto yells, gesturing to her, but she just sighs at his gesture. "I thought we sealed you," he exclaims, turning to face Sasuke, who shrugs and exclaims, "Oh, I don't get this," while crouching and clutching his head in his hands. "Even if I wished it, I no longer have the form to affect the chakra world," Kaguya says, remaining calm in spite of the blonde's actions. "A mother's worst fear is when her children no longer need her, betrayed by my own flesh and sealed away the first time. Then 1,000 years later I was sealed again by the ancestors of my grandchildren," she says menacingly. "However, now I will set things in motion once again. With flesh and chakra you both came to power. I will grant you more power," she says. With his arms crossed suspiciously, Sasuke asks, "Then what do you want in return?" You can't expect us to free you after all the trouble you caused, he adds. Like her own sons, she could tell this boy was cautious but calm, in contrast to the Asura descendant who seemed to be, well, an idiot with a big heart. She shows them the hospital room they were in and says, "For now, I wish to talk. You both have been in a comatose state for 2 weeks and the world is moving on," she says, pointing to their bandaged arms, which surprises them because losing them was the last thing they remembered. "I believe you were not meant to survive this battle and thus bring an end to the reincarnation cycle of Indra and Asura," she replies. He looks to his left shoulder and feels a hand press against it. "You mean, we are going to die?" Naruto asks, and she nods. "But I haven't become Hokage. After all that," he says, growing depressed. "I still have so much more I wanted to do," he adds. In an unexpectedly consoling manner, Sasuke says, "Naruto, you got a better title. Hero. Thanks to you the world has a chance to obtain true peace, something no Hokage could have done. That means more," he continues, and Naruto looks down thoughtfully. "Well, I did what Jiraiya asked me to do, and the world acknowledges me now. So I guess I have no regrets either," Naruto responds. "Although I would have liked to marry Sakura," with a perverse smirk. Naruto was about to chastise Sasuke when he said, "As for me, perhaps in death I can help the world in finding closure. With my death, the curse of the Uchiha's hatred ends. I have no regrets. I got to apologize to Sakura before I died. However, I wish I told her I was grateful to have had her love," he added, and Naruto smiled slightly. The Otsutsuki goddess was taken aback to see 2 young people with such determination, and Naruto continues, "I have no regrets either then. I kept the promise that mattered most and fulfilled my mentor's dream. You two are very intriguing. I would see you both live and see where this determination leads you." Kaguya continues to draw their attention. "You are aware that I came from a different world." She starts to observe them nod. "This world was filled with power and wars just like this one, so I used my own power to come to this land to escape the conflicts. However, when the world turned against me, I ate the chakra fruit and became a god in this world. I will use the same power to send you both to a faraway world where you can start new lives and maybe find new goals and dreams." She continues, "Only now do I see the fault in my decision. Granting you this boon is the only way I can atone for my deeds now." She clarifies, "However, to achieve this power I must have the chakra given to you by my son." She continues, raising eyebrows. Naruto really didn't want to die, but what would stop her from killing them if he gave up his 6 paths? He asked, "What do you know about this world?" as he glanced at Sasuke, who was also considering it. "Nothing. I cannot see into it. All I know it is as peaceful as this world." She continues, "If you would like I can return one soul with you." She continues, "Like all Rinnegan, mine can perform the Rinnegan rebirth jutsu, however I will not die." She continues, "Nor so I require a body. My spell can also free the souls of those who have been sealed away." She continues, "This is all I can offer you." "Anyone. I accept," Sasuke thinks, and he says it right away. Naruto then follows, and they both watch as she removes the chakra from their bodies. After exchanging glances, she says, "I have read your thoughts and will bring those you have chosen back from the dead. Close your eyes and open your mind," she instructs, and the two do just that. They take a deep breath and feel the world around them start to change and rotate before everything goes dark. "Take care. Descendants of Hagoromo," she thinks as she fades away. Fury, the strongest wizard guild in Fury, is located in Magnolia. Fairy Tale is a place where wizards congregate, find employment, and form friendships. While the guild around her roared in a massive brawl with the Ice Wizard Grey and the Fire Dragon Slayer Natsu at the center of the battle, a redhead named Urza Scarlet, who had just been promoted to S-Class, sat in the corner eating a slice of cake. "I would intervene, but this cake tastes divine," she thinks to herself as she cuts a bite-sized piece with her fork, then stabs it with the fork and lifts it to her mouth when a raw fish knocks the utensil from her hand and lands on the plate, smashing her dessert. Everyone except Natsu felt the urge to crush, maim, and destroy Emulate from the guild's corner for a moment. "Ha, I win!" he exclaims, but he freezes when the cold steel touches his cheek. What the hell, Urza?" he exclaims, but he doesn't move. Her tone is both sad and angry as she glares at everyone, saying, "Despite all that you smashed my cake." In the eyes of the world we are touted as the strongest guild. The noble fairy tale who value friendship above all else. She pauses, allowing the words to inspire and shame her fellow members. You all act like a bunch of savages starting brawls despite how late it is. Your cake? My cake. A collective gasp is heard as she declares, I will take all of your heads for recompense. Form an orderly line. Natsu, I'll start with you, she commands. Please start with Gray. They all exclaim, enough, as Master Makarov enters the hall and exclaims, the lot of you will drive me to an early grave. He then says, go home, it's late, and the room emptied out. He then removes a small orb and exclaims, Yajima. It has happened, and the man on the other end opens his eyes, saying, I saw a portal open and two young men fly out and towards the mountains. Well, I'll let the council know, but I must admit that I assumed they would be men. Yajima responds, perhaps these aren't the ones described in the books. In any case, the Rune Knights will have to find them. I'll let you know what comes next, he concludes, and disappears from the orb. I hope you are right about them not being related, but the dark-haired boy matches the description, Makarov thinks to himself. In the mountainous area somewhere Naruto rubs his lower back and exclaims, Ack. The hurt. Sasuke looks around, wondering, why did she open a portal so high up? After they landed and made a huge crater. As they leap out of the crater, Naruto looks at her and says, and I don't sense anything different about our chakra, but there isn't much in this world. Sasuke activates his Sharingan and looks at his arm, saying, this isn't genjutsu. I wonder if she really brought who we chose back to life. He says as Naruto shrugs. I mean, it may have been a lie to get us to give up our power of the 6 paths up to her, he replies. Smirking at Sasuke, who was already a few yards away, Naruto exclaims, hey bastard, don't walk off while I'm getting sentimental. I don't know. Her words felt genuine, he says, looking down. But hey, at least we got each other, right? He asks. An angry tick appears on Naruto's forehead as Sasuke casts a disinterested glance over his shoulder and asks, how you say something? In pursuit of the Uchiha, he yells, and don't act like Kakashi-sensei either with that cool relaxed composure either. After a brief pause, they find themselves staring at their bandaged arms. What is this stuff made of? The blonde asks, removing some of the bandages. I sense the first Hokage's chakra, he adds, as Sasuke uses his Sharingan to scan the arm. Sasuke remarks, it's the same material that was used to make the white Zetsu. Only much better, as Naruto recoils at the sight of the bone structure, Hashirama's cells, and the chakra network inside. Ew. Dead guy cells. Naruto wraps the arm again and asks the Uchiha, who appears to have more common sense than him, so what makes this so special? Well, judging from how it's been made, I bet these arms will grow along with the rest of our body. It's almost like we never lost our arms in the first place. Sasuke elaborates. These arms are also much stronger than our normal ones as well, and if the chakra within the cells starts flowing throughout our body, we may even get Hashirama's fast healing ability. He keeps ensuring that Naruto can comply with the explanation, and if what Hagoromo said is true about how Madara did it, then I could naturally awaken the Rinnegan sometime in the future. Without needing to take a piece of Naruto, he looks at the Uzumaki. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't worry about it. They are interrupted by a loud roar and a scream that grabs their attention. They nod and go to find the source. Not too far away she and Elfman, along with their other sibling Lisana, are all members of Fairy Tail. Like Urza, Mirajane is a S-class wizard, but she was unable to use her own takeover magic Satan Soul because of a broken arm, so she was unable to fight him. Elfman. Mirajane cried as she watched her brother perform a full-body takeover. Beast Soul. But he was unable to control this power, so he was currently on a rampage. Elfman. This is your baby sister Lisana. Lisana gently steps in between him and Mirajane, saying, it's okay, we aren't angry. She smiles and says, let's go home. Now, can I get an embrace? She asks, reaching out for an embrace. Time slows down as the beast hand approaches, and Mirajane's eyes widen as she screams, Lisana, don't run away. Elfman swings at her. Two strange boys appear out of nowhere. The blonde jumps back and embraces Lisana, while the raven-haired boy conjures up purple arms and beats Elfman in the stomach, sending him to the ground. The blonde says, close call, grinning. Almost didn't make it, he says, gazing into his eyes, which made her think of an orange-lidded frog. What were you thinking? He asks. The two boys were shocked when Lisanna giggled and said, it's okay, that's my big brother. They were also taken aback by her ability to laugh so much after nearly being crushed. She says, we use takeover magic. Oh. Okay? Naruto turns to face Sasuke, who was expressing, is this kid for real? Mirajane didn't care at the moment, even though she could tell these two didn't understand what Lisanna was saying. She draws the two boys' attention by asking, can you knock him out? If you can, he will revert back to his normal self, she explains, and the two nod. Naruto says, I'll do it. Sasuke encase the three of you with Susanoo. The Stratus siblings turn to face the purple ribcage that gradually transforms into a cloaked entity that neither of them can adequately explain. After bringing forth his chakra cloak, Naruto remarks, yo, brothers shouldn't be attacking their sisters. As the raven-haired teenager's focus shifts back to the battle, Mirajane remarks, he uses takeover too. It feels really warm. She looks at the man who is currently protecting them from the conflict and exhales. His power is kind of scary. It feels darker than even my own magic. Tease. Just knock him out, Usura Tonkachi. Sasuke chastises as Naruto cracks his knuckles as Elfman tears a tree from the ground and throws it at the others. Mirajane's eyes widen as the tree erupts into black flames, completely disintegrating the tree. Mirajane thinks to herself, they're so strong, as she watches Naruto smile at her and Sasuke, who had restrained Elfman with his Susanoo. After a few moments, the former monster wakes up, curling up in agony. Naruto yells, sorry, but time for you to nap, and punches the monster in the stomach, causing Elfman to fall to the ground. His two sobbing sisters embrace him as he asks, what the? Where am I? What's going on? The takeover, he realizes, did I hurt anyone? He asks, and Mirajane shakes her head. She responds, no, thank goodness these two came and stopped you before you did though, because Lisanna would have probably died if they hadn't. Elfman pauses to allow them to introduce themselves before saying, thank you. Clearly the more composed of the two, the blonde says, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and the boy with the raven hair adds, Sasuke Uchiha, with a more subdued bow. The longer-haired girl introduces herself to the two shinobi as Mirajane Stratus, and he's Elfman and she's Lisanna the youngest, while I'm the oldest. She adds the final detail quickly because Elfman is frequently mistaken for the oldest sibling because of his appearance. They nod when Sasuke asks, can you make it from here? Then this is goodbye, he says, startling Naruto. I can sense a familiar presence, he says, and Naruto's eyes widen as Sasuke starts to leave. He turns to them and waves. They stop looking over their shoulder when Mirajane yells, wait. If you were ever in Magnolia, stop by Fairy Tail to say hi, she says, and Naruto nods before turning around and giving her the thumbs up. Count on it. Hey Sasuke. Naruto says, grabbing the Uchiha's attention, I think. Kurama's no longer sealed in me. Sasuke raises an eyebrow. What I mean is, I still have his chakra but I no longer sense his presence within me, he continues. After leaving the three siblings alone, the two started running towards the only other source of chakra. There are two strands of chakra networks within his body. One belongs to the nine tails. But how can this be? Shouldn't one dominate the other? He thinks, activating his Sharingan as the two stop momentarily as the chakra source they were heading to vanishes. Ah. I see the source. You have both your own and the nine tails chakra flowing in your body as separate sources of power, he says, explaining as best he can. I don't understand fully myself, but if I had to guess it's like you both fused with your physical form remaining unchanged. Unless you have a tail. He ends with a joke and a horrified expression when he sees the blonde actually check for a tail. Naruto puts his hand on his stomach and remarks, damn. We only started to get along, and after losing him the first time, to have neither portion now, feels weird. Looking away, Sasuke remarks, I think Kurama would be happy to know his chakra is still protecting you. Just like how Itachi's eyes are with me, he adds, and Naruto smiles a little. Naruto teases, wow Teme. You're getting really good at these sentimental talks, while Sasuke frowns. I bet Sakura would be happy to see you acting so friendly, he continues. The Uchiha murmurs, Usuratonkachi. When the chakra source reappears with the sound of explosions nearby, they both gather their courage and run as quickly as they can, recognizing the chakra in the smoke in the distance. So, Kaguya wasn't lying, Sasuke muses. Naruto smiles as he arrives at the battle site and observes a small army of men lying unconscious, moderately but not fatally injured. It will be fun seeing this reunion, he says. A familiar face wearing Akatsuki clothing stood in the middle of the chaos, exuding the same confidence that surrounded Sasuke with his luminous red eyes. Hello. Naruto Sasuke, he said with a soft smile as his eyes reverted to their normal onyx. It's been a while, Naruto and Sasuke replied simply. Yo. Itachi? As Naruto left to give the brothers some alone time, Itachi and Sasuke stood silent. I see you chose the path of protector, the elder Uchiha remarks, causing Sasuke to turn away. After seeing you again, I began to question my purpose. What you said affected me. Sasuke starts out while the two are seated in a field near the lake. I sought to avenge our clan without knowing the full story. I leaned towards avenging you by destroying the village and killed Danzo before implanting your eyes. When I returned to the world, as you know, it was griped in the 4th Shinobi War. He stops. As he watches his brother's genuine surprise, he hears Itachi ask what happened next. Clans, villages, and shinobi. I wanted to hear from them the meaning of these words and how they affect the people attached to them, to understand why you did what you did, and to find an answer for myself and the path I should follow. After defeating Kabuto, my mind was full of questions that could only be answered by the past Hokage. So I revived Orochimaru and had him summon the past Kage, he continues. Itachi inquires, what did you find from this quest? He was taken aback to see Sasuke so composed, level-headed, and, most importantly, at peace. He responds, I knew that if Madara had succeeded, then everything you sacrificed would have become nothing. The village you loved would become nothing, so I went to the battlefield to protect the shinobi world. Itachi tilts his head slightly and says, however, I came to the same crossroad you did. He adds, once we defeated Madara and then Kaguya, I believed that the world would break apart bound by their different ideals and goals. So I intended to become the enemy to unite them in the bond of hatred. Itachi looks away in sadness as he hears his little brother's words, but I was saved from this path by Naruto. Itachi then turns to face Sasuke, who holds up his bandaged arm, saying, he gave up his arm, endured a beating, all to help me realize the error of my ways. Sasuke smiles. I would have liked to see this peaceful shinobi world he dreamed of, but in this world we can find a new dream to share. As the two stand up, Itachi smiles and says, thank you Naruto. I trusted you with my burden and you didn't let me down. So, if you lost an arm, what is that? He asks, shifting the topic as he notices the blonde returning. Sasuke adds, rather bitterly, Hashirama's cells, specially crafted to grow without body. Though I doubt we will grow much more than this, because he feels small for his age. He saw Itachi use his own Sharingan to scan his bandaged arm. Interesting. There is a rumor that combining Senju and Uchiha cells is the key to awakening the Rinnegan, Itachi says. Itachi nods, so as Indra's reincarnation I could awaken the Rinnegan simply by having this arm. If not. Sasuke corrects, actually it's the reincarnated chakra of Asura and Indra. Madara achieved the Rinnegan because he grafted a piece of Hashirama's flesh onto his own body, he explains. They both look at Naruto and come to the same conclusion. Seriously dude, how come you keep looking at me like that? Don't worry about it, I fucking will, you're looking at me like you want to take a bite out of me. So, do you know where we are? Itachi inquires. I cannot sense any chakra signatures other than the three of us, he continues. After we fought and cancelled the Mugen Tsukuyomi, the combined blood and chakra loss caused us to slip into a deep coma, within a dream. Like World Kaguya Otsutsuki came to us and explained that we were dying. Naruto starts to turn to Sasuke to keep. She gave us a chance to be teleported to a new world, to live a new life and find new dreams. Sasuke says. Your revival was her doing. She allowed us to each choose someone to revive in this world as well. Itachi asks, so who did you pick, Naruto? Sasuke was also intrigued, but he wasn't sure who the blonde would want to bring back to life. Possibly his father? It would be advantageous to have the 4th Hokage as an ally in this new world, after all. He said, I thought it would be wrong to separate them, so I thought of one of my parents, then I figured pervy sage. But then I realized. He smiles, that this would be the perfect world for a fresh start for a fallen friend. He asks when they will meet up. Once they got to town, they discovered a big problem. They kind of stood out, both in terms of appearance and style. They were the exact opposite of trained shinobi at the moment, as they attracted a lot of attention. Naruto is about to object when he says, I think we should split up. We can use this town as a base and work our way to different towns, gathering up information about the world and country we are living in. And whatever powers people use here, he said. As the two brothers appear to be more in sync, Itachi says, that's a good idea. I'll fly to the south, you head east, Sasuke and Naruto you go west. He starts, we will meet here in 2 or 3 and head north together, and Sasuke accepts. Itachi looks at Sasuke, who scoffs, as Naruto suggests, I can use my shadow clones to learn about north and west. Naruto growls at Sasuke when he says, multiplying an idiot won't improve his learning capacity. So we will meet up in 3 days? He asks, getting a nod from both. Naruto leaves first, leaving the brothers alone. Itachi. I'm glad you're alive again, he says, turning his head away from his older brother, but he can still see his baby brother's face. Itachi smiles despite this. Sasuke watches the bird shrink in the distance before making his way into town by himself. See you soon, little brother, Itachi says, calling forth a hawk and leaping onto it. Try to lighten up. This is a new world. So try to find a new you. Magnolia the Strauss siblings had been with Sasuke and Naruto for 2 days when they entered the Fairy Tail Guild Hall and parted ways after resting and traveling back to Magnolia. While Elfman went to speak with Jet and Droy of Team Shadow Gears, and Levi, the third member, read a book. Lisana went in search of Natsu. When Mirajane approached Master Makarov, he noticed her sling. Wrapped arm right away. He inquires, what happened? Mirajane responds that she was injured during the mission, and Elfman was unable to control it and went on a rampage. I see. So Lisana was saved by 2 wizards and weird magic? He asks. Well, only the blonde one. Naruto fought my brother while the other Sasuke kept us from getting caught up in the battle. She elaborates, Sasuke was able to summon a purple titan-like figure and shield us from the fight. And Naruto was able to knock Elfman out with a single punch after using some kind of takeover magic. She clarifies. Then they ran off after sensing something, she continues. If they saved Mira and Lisana from Elfman's rage, then they must be good, Makarov muses to himself, scratching his chin. Based on the description she provided, they are the 2 men I saw flying through the sky. Mira nods when he says, I'll sit on this for now. Go home and get some rest after having a nice hot meal. He looks up to see that he has been too quiet and left her waiting. A tall, blonde man emerges from behind a pillar and asks, did you hear that? Laxus, what have I told you about spying? The young man crosses his arms in response. The blonde S-class smirks as he leads his team out of the guild hall. It's a free guild hall, Laxus says cockily, I can't be held accountable for hearing something spoken in public. Freed, Evergreen, and Bixlow walk beside him, attracting the guild's attention. Did you find anything? He asks, and the green-haired wizard nods, causing Laxus to smirk. Well, Gramps, we're going on a long mission, don't wait up. Urza sits on a bar stool and says, sorry master, but I think you know more than you were letting on. Are these people dangerous? She asks, because if they were, it would be her responsibility to deal with them. The short man sighs and closes his eyes. In all honesty, I don't know, I doubt it's anything serious, otherwise the council will step in. So don't worry about it, he says, turning to face the S-class wizard. He knew she would go looking for them because of her pride, but he didn't really want to tell her that. The council is already taking them under observation. As he watched her leave the guild, all he could learn was, I see. _happy and Natsu_happy hatched from the egg Natsu found a few years ago, and the 2 have since become best friends. The fire dragon slayer and the flying cat were sitting by a lake fishing as they usually do. To the embarrassment of the pink-haired dragon slayer, Lisana asserts that she is the mother and Natsu's wife, and that they are more like father and son. I'll let go. I'm trying to catch some fish. He cries as the youngest Stratus ignores him. Natsu. The pink-haired teen turns to see Lisana running towards them. "I'm back," she says, and Natsu gives him a toothy grin. He says, "Welcome back." He feels a tug on the line and exclaims, "Ah, I got a bite," before starting to reel the fish in. Based on the pull, it was probably a large one. He recalled Gildart's telling him that fishing is a game of patience, and that if he puts too much strain on the line, it will break. Happy licks his lips and says, "Don't let the yummy fish get away." Lisanna sits down to join them and watches the two with a slight smile on her face because she nearly died on that last job and would never have had the opportunity to say goodbye. Natsu nods in agreement as she says, "Natsu, you won't believe it, but on the last job we were on we ran into powerful wizards. They may have been as strong as Gildart's," she adds, grabbing the pink-haired teen's full attention. "Where are they now?" he asks, shaking his fists in anticipation. A casual shrug and a mumbled, "I dunno," completely deflate his excitement. "Then why tell me?" he asks, flailing slightly. "Whoa, were they that strong?" he asks, his eyes sparkling, already dreaming of facing them. He nods when she says, "Because they saved my life." She then goes on to describe how Mira got hurt and Elfman went on a full body takeover, nearly squashing her before they stepped in. "I just wanted you to know in case you see them before me. So you can tell them thanks for me," she says. Natsu says, "I will." But Happy thuds him in the head and asks, "What was that for?" The blue cat points to his empty hands and yells, "Ah, my fishing rod." He dives into the lake and yells, "Come here, you stupid fish," while growling underwater and searching for the fish with his rod. Lisanna gets up and looks around, giggling, "Thank you for saving me." She smiles as she watches Happy reprimand the Dragon Slayer and as she watches the two friends start arguing because they hadn't eaten anything today. She laughs and calls out to them, "Come on, I'll cook you something at the guild." Their faces light up as she chants, "Food," repeatedly. In another city, far away while wandering around the second city he visited, Itachi used Sharingan to quickly read magazines and newspapers. This allowed him to learn about current events and news, as well as minor details about how the system operated. But since Sasuke and Naruto had probably read the news article as well, he was now looking for a library. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he whispered, calling forth two clones to read the other two books. "This world is similar to our world. In fact, it mirrors our world in small ways, but the major difference is the government," he thought, as he entered the enormous building and headed directly for the history section. This world uses spells, which is similar to their jutsu, but it doesn't require hand seals, and instead of chakra they use magic energy. The council, which held assemblies and allowed voting on important issues, replaced the daimyo, who held all the power in this world, because it seemed that this government would be more beneficial than the one in the elemental lands. The structure of guilds was similar to that of shinobi villages as well. There were wizards with normal ranks, A class, who could be considered chunin, S class, who could be considered jonin, and finally the guildmaster, who could be considered a kage. However, there was a significant strength gap between jonin and kage, so Itachi couldn't be certain that masters were the same from that standpoint. Itachi dispelled his clones as the library was about to close, allowing them to absorb the knowledge they had amassed. Naruto might be able to call forth more clones, but he would probably miss most of the words or simply forget if he tried to take in this much information without a Sharingan. As he heads out of town, he thinks, "I wonder how they're doing. We will be meeting up tomorrow, so at least they haven't caused any trouble." He still has a few food pills from his pouch, so he will need to find something to eat soon. He was shocked to discover that most of his belongings were still there, including his medication, which he was relieved to no longer require. He turned a corner and felt his cloak being grabbed. He turns and asks, "Can I help you?" A woman in her late teens to early 20s is standing behind him. Her assured poise appears to crumble in his presence. He nods, and the woman blushes as she hears his gentle, wise voice and his intense gaze. "My name is Ultir, and I was wondering if you wanted to get dinner." "My treat?" she says. "I apologize, I just saw you reading and couldn't help but come over and talk," she says. "Sure, such an enticing offer, how can I say no?" Itachi says, getting up and following her out after returning the books to their respective shelves. He was a little suspicious that the woman was offering food while he was thinking about how hungry he was. She was taken aback by the amount of attention he was receiving from the girls, but she could appreciate his cool-headedness as they strolled through the town under the building's shade. Perhaps she would have been more interested in getting to know him intimately if she hadn't been on a mission here. Her eyes enlarge as he emerges from the shadows and the sun shines on his pale face and deep black onyx eyes. As they continue to walk in silence, she thinks to herself, "Remember why you were here, Ultir, for Master Hades." Naruto is awful at this kind of thing, unlike the two brothers. He was better at fighting and searching than he was at gathering information. Nevertheless, he had been able to learn about guild rankings and their function. Man. So hungry. He whimpers as he strolls down the town's street. All the Ryo in my pocket isn't worth the paper it's printed on, he thought as he strolled through the bustling market of the happy little town he had found himself in, where people were spending jewel, the world's currency. Naruto turns to face Yamaji, who is standing behind him. "Hello there, young man," he says. "I couldn't help but overhear you. Would you like to help me in return for a meal?" The young man's stomach responded, "I promise it'll be a nice big meal," and Yamaji grinned to make the situation more agreeable. The small man points to roughly 10 shopping bags when Naruto asks, "Sure, what do you need?" He exclaims, "What the hell?" without even realizing that the bags are already at his feet. Must have been magic or something. I shouldn't let my guard down. Itachi has already been jumped, he thinks to himself as the old man starts talking. He sighs and says, "I'll cook you something good." Yamaji explains, "I am opening a restaurant and these are the food supplies." However, the delivery man only delivered them to this point. Naruto nods. Yamaji was well aware that Naruto was from a different planet, and this was his attempt to gauge the boy's character. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto says, calling forth 4 clones, each with 2 bags. "So where is this place?" the blonde asks, and Yamaji takes the lead. Yamaji gets a good vibe from the teenager and knows he is a good kid with a pure heart, no danger at all. After they arrive at the building and the food has been properly stored, the elderly man turns to his assistant and says, "Have a seat and I'll prepare you something." Naruto nods and grins as well. "So tell me, what are you looking for?" Yamaji inquires. "I mean, you seem to have something besides food on your mind," he continues. Naruto's sheepish statement, "I'm gathering news since I'm new to the country," may have come across as suspicious, but his aura exuded warmth. "So what do you plan on naming this place?" he asks, shifting the topic. "I hadn't really thought about it," Yamaji remarks, scratching his chin. "Any suggestions?" He shrugs slightly. After meeting Yamaji and consuming enough food and learning about the geography of Fury, as the older man put it, "I think he was aware of my true origins. This is bad." He hears rustling and realizes that 10 or so people are attempting to contain him and guide him out of the civilian areas. Since they were being cautious, he let them corner him, indicating that they weren't just any thugs. The stalkers encircle him when he comes to a dead end. When Yamaji walks ahead of the group, Naruto, dressed like the men who attacked Itachi, is startled. "Naruto, I am a member of the Magic Council," he says. "When you and your friends first arrived, we wanted to contain you for questioning," he adds, and Naruto growls. As Yamaji takes out a folder and tosses it to the blonde, Naruto clenches his fist and exclaims, "Why didn't we do anything?" His eyes widen as he opens it and sees a group of Anbu terrorizing towns. "Maybe not, but this phenomenon isn't the first instance of people with your power appearing out of nowhere," said the elderly gentleman. "You are nothing like these people, but for the sake of keeping the peace, please come with us quietly," he says with a sigh. As he creates a clone that runs off, Naruto says, "Fine. But I need to let my friends know. Just in case you guys try to pull something. Let's go." Naruto watches as one of the knights handcuffs him, saying, "These literally do nothing," and decides it would be better to let them feel in control. "Hope you're doing better than me, Sasuke." Sasuke. He was still thinking about Magnolia. Sasuke had decided to gather world information in this town. So towns and guilds act independently while relying on one another. They are a part of the economy like an attraction company bringing in revenue for themselves while attracting tourists which benefit the town, he thought after meeting the Stratus siblings, assuming that their matching tattoos function similarly to shinobi headbands. He notices a bookshop inside with many novels and dictionaries, but a history book caught his attention because it featured the Konoha leaf on the cover. This symbol represents a terrorist organization that caused the Second Guild War. These masked men who chose to blow up their bodies in death causing massive damage, he reads as he flips through the pages in search of the symbol. These masks. A Root Anbu. How did Root end up in this world? He asks, glancing around before tearing the page out of the book. He leaves the store after saying, the first thing we need to do is ditch everything Konoha. Hold it. He stops when someone pulls his arm. Where do you think you're going? He asks, looking to see a red-haired girl in armor with, of all things, a skirt in the way. Next to her are a pink-haired child and a shirtless child, all of whom share the same mark as the Stratus siblings. Annoying. He turns around and keeps walking despite her pleas to stop. He starts running to see how fast she can go while carrying all that extra weight. She's got stamina. Unlike her companions, he says, looking over his shoulder to see that she is surprisingly able to keep up with him, but when her armor transforms into a cat-like outfit, it's like magic. He considered jumping over her, but he felt that she deserved this small victory. So, her armor is magic too, and increases her speed. She disappears from behind and blocks his path. The two boys who were with her approached him from behind, obstructing his escape route. I don't know why, but when you entered the town you looked suspicious. I was right to follow you and find evidence, she says, returning to her normal armor. Seeing her call forth two swords, he asks, crossing his arms, and you are? That Elfman guy was strong, but he wasn't able to control it. This one is different, she is in a different league, he thinks. As she prepares to attack, she declares, I am Urza Scarlet, a wizard of fairy tale. She is shocked when he leaps into the air, reaching amazing height. He inhales Kaiten Gokakyu no Jutsu, and exhales the enormous fireball, forming the tiger hand sign. He wondered how she would respond to this, and what transpired caught him off guard, to put it mildly. Did he just eat fire? Asked the pink-haired child as he leapt in the way and grabbed the fireball before swallowing it. The boy exclaims, that's some awesome tasting flames you got there. I'm Natsu the Fire Dragon Slayer, he says, introducing himself before exhaling Fire Dragon's roar, and engulfing Sasuke with his powerful fire breath attack. The pink-haired boy exclaims, Ha got him, as the stranger, encircled by a purple rib cage, emerges from the cloud. He activates his Chidori and expands it to Chidori Iso, wondering if the pink-haired boy could eat other elements. So one has magic armor that enhances her ability. The other is a dragon slayer. The hell kind of freak show did I stumble on? He asks. The other boy blocks the spear with a wall of ice and exclaims, Ice make shield gray. I totally had that. Natsu roars, briefly causing Sasuke to think of Naruto. Urza, this guy is testing our abilities. I think you should wrap this up before he gets the advantage, says the user of ice. As she puts on a new set of black armor with a huge sword, Urza exclaims, very well, glowing once more. This is my purgatory armor, she exclaims, leaping into the air. I smash your defense to pieces. She then swings the sword down, crashing into the ribs, causing a tremor but leaving no scratches. Solid form and attack, Sasuke remarks. How about your defense? He asks, conjuring a sword out of one of Susanoo's hands. Her eyes enlarge as he uses this to send her hurtling through the ice wall. By leaping between the three fairy tale wizards, Chidori Nagashi dispels the Susanoo and unleashes a full body Chidori that paralyzes them all. So strong. I can't move, Gray remarks, uncontrollably collapsing to his knees as the lightning strikes his body, causing his muscles to contract and his joints to lock. Urza was the only one standing and fending off the assault after Natsu fainted from the surge. Urza's eyes widen as Sasuke remarks, HN. I expected more from the guild that had those takeover siblings. I'm in a rush. See you around Fairy Tale, he says casually as he passes her, and she feels his amazing aura drain all of her energy. He was one of the guys Master was worried about, the one who helped Mirajane. Sasuke, she believes. I never stood a chance. The headquarters of the council following the lizard through the holding cells, Naruto asked, so when will I meet this council? As he peered around and noticed that one of the cells had seriously injured individuals who must have been resistant. As they near the end of the hall, the council assistant says, tomorrow morning. Don't feel bad from those guys. They're Zarif cultists who destroyed many towns and killed most of the inhabitants, she continues. The Anbu who allegedly caused trouble had masks with the hidden mist symbol, and he remembered correctly that the hidden mist village was known as Blood Mist Village, prior to the current Mizukage, with harsh graduation exams. I see, Naruto responds. Who the hell is the Zarif guy? He wondered. He needed to keep his guard up, and he wanted to trust Yamaji because he knew the elder man wasn't a liar. As the assistant opens the door and says, "Here we are. These cells were made to negate the power you use." Naruto is struck by a recognizable chakra energy and dashes inside. Is that you, Naruto? Sasuke's arrival changed the course of the war, but even before that, Naruto had to witness countless deaths, and it was only because of one sacrifice that he was able to fortify his resolve to put an end to the war and strive for real peace. It's been a while. Neji. Naruto sat opposite Neji after being left alone and asked, "How long have you been here?" The blonde inquires, observing that Neji was wearing his typical pre-war outfit, but without his headband. The Hyuga says, "Just over a day I think, but he couldn't be certain because it gets difficult to tell after a while. Last thing I remember is dying," he adds, glancing at the blonde to fill in the details. As Neji's eyes widen, Naruto says, "Yeah, you did. After you died, Sasuke showed up with the past Hokage and helped turn the tide of the battle. It's a really long story that I'd rather talk about when we're out of here, but you should know that me and Sasuke died at the end of the war too and both woke up here too." He goes on, "Also this world isn't our world. But you might have guessed that." He looks down, "Oh, and Sasuke and I have fake arms after we blew our real ones off fighting each other. And Itachi is in this world with us as an ally. What I mean is that he never actually betrayed the village." He starts to ramble. Neji stops the blonde and silences her, saying, "Slow down. How many people from our world are here?" In order to facilitate Naruto's explanation, he decides it would be simpler to break down the questions. 4. Neji nods as Naruto continues, "I think my headband is the reason they are suspicious of us. I saw pictures of Mist Anbu causing trouble. Me, you, Sasuke, and Itachi," he says. What's going on between Itachi and Sasuke? The Hyuga then turns to their alleged allies and asks, "How did this happen?" Naruto tells the Hyuga, "Well, it seems Itachi betrayed the village and joined the Akatsuki was a ploy by the third Hokage. And killing the Uchiha was an order from the village elders," he adds, startling the Hyuga. "That's why Sasuke joined the Akatsuki. He found out the truth, but fortunately he ended up on our side," the Hyuga says, a little uneasy. Neji mutters, "I suppose I'll speak with Sasuke and get all the information on that situation. Tell me, who else died in the war besides me?" He inquires as to whether Lady Hinata was at least okay. "I'm not sure what happened after because I fell into a coma from blood loss and chakra exhaustion," Naruto says, adding, "But I'm sure everyone else is okay." Neji nods. "No one. Gai-sensei almost died after using the 8 gates against Madara, but I was able to save him using a new power I got," he says. The brunette nods. "So, how am I still alive and how did we get here?" This was the most crucial question, and Neji hoped the blonde could provide a detailed explanation. Naruto says, "Well, when Sasuke and I were sent here, the person behind it told us we could have a person resurrected to come here as well." The blonde smiles slightly and adds, "Sasuke chose Itachi, I chose you." "Why?" Neji inquires, feeling that the blonde had a lot more choices even though he regarded Naruto as one of his closest friends and held him in the highest regard. Naruto looks away as he says, "I figured you deserved this more than anyone." Neji gives him a small smile. "You told me that I had more lives in my hands than just my own, then you died." The Hyuga half-heartedly insults, "Ever the big-hearted fool I see. So, is there anything else I should know?" Naruto murmurs, "Yeah. I think Sasuke wants to bite me." "Bite you?" Neji furrows his brow. "Yeah. He keeps saying not to worry about it, but I am." The morning after the leader said, "Please state your names for the record," but Naruto and Neji were marched in front of the council and could not see the faces of any of the council members except Yamaji, who was fully visible. Naruto Uzumaki. Neji Hyuga. Naruto whispers to Neji that Itachi defeated the squad sent for him, which is what the councilman was so butthurt about. "I am Crawford, the chairman of this council," the voice says, adding, "Thank you for coming quietly." Naruto tries to explain, saying, "I know where you're coming from. but the people you have on record are from a different era entirely and not related. As Neji's headband is suddenly set on the pedestal in front of the Leaf Anbu masks, Crawford remarks, "Maybe you are telling the truth, but I cannot simply overlook your arrival as coincidence." The men responsible for a massive trade war between 6 legal guilds that resulted in the death of 10 young mages and countless damages in property wore those masks, the exact same symbol as you wear now. "It really is," Naruto declares, adding, "We don't plan on causing trouble." He wasn't going to inform these guys that they were from another world and had only come here after dying in theirs. "So tell me, what made one of your fellows attack our patrol?" A fresh voice yells, "He could have killed someone," accusingly. "You're lucky your men were only injured," Sasuke says as the two enter the court, before they can respond. "We did not come to this world to start a war. But if you intend to make an enemy of Naruto, I will show no mercy," he warns. Sasuke are defending their people, not posing a threat. As the younger Uchiha tosses him a piece of paper, Naruto yells, "So am I." They play the victim card really well, but there have been many circumstances of chakra wielders in this world, and all of them have been locked up and had their powers stolen. Naruto examines the paper, S. Stolen, and notes that, T. This is the seal used at the blood prison. Tenro, Kaden says, glancing at the council. "That was found a long time ago," Yamaji responds. "We didn't know what it is, however it reacts to anyone wielding the same power as you," he continues. "I can't simply go along with this if it means I lose the power I worked so hard to master. If this is the path to your peace, then it's not the peace I want," Naruto says as he scrunches the paper. "I spent most of my life bound by one cursed seal. I won't be tethered to another," Neji says. "Whatever you decide, Naruto, I'll fight with you. How about reaching an agreement?" Despite the tension, a fresh voice says, "I think that this benefits both parties. One of you joins the council and the rest are free to register as citizens of Fury." "I agree with Seagrain on this," says Yamaji. "Just because we have had bad experiences with people from their dimension doesn't mean we should discriminate. They came here of their own will." "Other dimension. Go with it," is said by the 4 shinobi, who exchange glances and nod in agreement. Crawford remarked, "Talk among yourselves. You have one day to decide," just as Itachi appeared on the scene. To everyone's surprise, Itachi announces, "Unnecessary, I will be joining." He looks at his fellow Leaf Shinobi and says, "I've been reading on your council, and I am curious to see how it governs on a daily basis." Sasuke asks, "Are you sure?" He trusted his brother's judgment even though he didn't like the thought of his brother being used by a governing faction once more. Itachi turns to Naruto and says, "I am. You 3 follow your own path as well. And find new dreams." The blonde smiles. "And you try not to cause trouble, Sasuke," he says, turning to his younger brother, who scoffs. As the two exchange glances, Neji muses, "I really can't get a read on this guy. He's nothing like the reports say. He obviously missed a lot after his death, but Naruto's trust was sufficient to allay Neji's suspicions." Sasuke says, "I still want to explore this world, maybe travel to a different nation and see if I can pick up any more info about other shinobi being here." The 3 of them stood outside, exhausted and hungry, after saying goodbye to Itachi for the time being. As the 2 gaze at the blonde, who was smiling a little, Neji asks, "I'll follow you, Naruto. Where do you want to go next?" Sasuke and Neji exchange glances as he says, "I want to build a village like Konoha. I mean, if there are more of us coming to this world, having a town that reminds them of home would help them settle," he says. "How much would it cost to establish and run a village?" "It'll take more than 3 people to gather funds," Naruto adds, grinning and shaking his head in response to Sasuke's question. It's obvious that the blonde had already made up his mind. "Not really, I saw a quest poster in the council for something called a century quest, and they offer a shit ton of jewel or whatever," Naruto informs Sasuke. As Naruto sags, Sasuke explains, "Yeah, and the only way to get those jobs is to be a member of a legal guild and reach the rank of S-class. Even then it's up to the guild master. Why don't you explore and try out a few guilds?" He says, "This way I can continue traveling while you work to achieve this goal. I'll join whatever guild you want." Dobi. He suggests that you look at which ones offer the highest paying jobs. When Naruto noticed Sasuke's abrupt change in body, he said, "I think I might check that fairy tale out." The 3 stood silently for a moment, considering their options. "What did you do?" Naruto clenches his fist, tired of hearing Sasuke say, "Don't worry about it." He hands the blonde a small piece of chakra paper and explains, "Here, take this. It contains my chakra, so when I send my hawk it can find you." Naruto reaches out and hands the Uchiha his scratched headband, saying, "I found it in my pouch. Keep it as a token of home. Write often, man, keep us in the loop." With a nod that only a dashing brooding type could give, Sasuke turns to Neji and says, "HN. Take care," he says, and then he turns around, leaving Naruto and Neji alone. "So, would you rather explore a little further or go straight to Fairy Tail?" Naruto shrugs and puts his hands behind his head in response to Neji's question. As the two start to walk, Naruto remarks, "Fairy Tail isn't going anywhere, might as well see if there are any other guilds. So this is it. The start of a whole new life," he says, looking back while still catching a glimpse of Sasuke as he vanishes into the forest. "Let's make the most of it, after a month, Fairy Tail." So, as a rune knight, one of them is presently being given a task. Speaking to Yamaji through a lacrima crystal, Makarov asks. "He is without a doubt the strongest fighter one have ever seen. I have no doubt he would rank among the gods of Ishgar." Makarov's eyes widen as he says this. However, above all else, he is a pacifist who doesn't seek violent answers, and shows a wisdom far beyond someone his age should. I have no doubt he will have a seat on the council before too long. Makarov says, "I'd like to meet this Itachi. What about the others?" He inquires because he was interested in the person who engaged in combat with Urza, Natsu, and Gray. The three appeared disheartened following the fight, as if their will to fight had been crushed. Well, Naruto and Neji are making their way to Fairy Tail, it seems. The blonde teen has expressed an interest in joining but got sidetracked by other guilds. Yamaji responds with a chuckle. "He reminds me of a young Rob. Quite the free spirit." He smiles but frowns, saying, "I see. Well, when they make it here I'll be sure to welcome them." Makarov hangs up, saying, "So they aren't like the others from their dimension. That's good, they're so young. I still want to meet this Sasuke character the most. I haven't seen Urza look that distant since she arrived at Fairy Tail." He leaves the bar, where he sees Urza, Mira, Natsu, and Gray. Urza, as she performed herself prepared routine, the training dummy broke under her blows, getting harder and harder with each one until it finally broke. "Solid form and attack. How about your defense?" "HN. I expected more from the guild that had those takeover siblings." The last statement irritated her more than anything else, and she gripped the hilt of her sword. She respected her guild mates, but she is an S-class and has been for nearly 2 years. She has taken on some of the hardest jobs by herself, and he expected more. "When we meet again, you'll get more, Neji and Naruto." Naruto remarks, reading a letter from the Uchiha, "Man, Sasuke's traveled pretty far in a month. I still think he shouldn't have provoked that small nation flying around with his Susanoo," he adds, recalling the paper that claimed its silhouette was that of a humanoid dragon. Neji remarks, "Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved substantially since he left Konoha. In reality, he sensed that he was the weakest of the 4 shinobi he knew here. How much longer until we reach Magnolia, then?" When Naruto notices that Neji has stopped and is looking serious, he asks, "What are you thinking about? May I ask?" He asks. "I'm not ready," Neji says, startling the blonde, "but before we commit to a guild, I would like to train with you because you and Sasuke are both much stronger than I am." "We can train in Magnolia," casually states. "I mean, we need to start making money if we want to open our own village." "No. I want to train with you without restrictions, where you can go all out and fight me." Neji responds with an expression of seriousness. No one to get in the way, and Naruto concurs. Also, Sasuke brought an excellent point. We should explore this country and get to know it better. See how our powers match up against the powers in this. There must be plenty of criminal factions for us to practice with. How much time should we spend traveling? When Naruto asks, Neji raises 2 fingers and responds, 2 years. That's a long time. It's not like we have a war to worry about, Neji says while Naruto giggles. Let's send a message to Sasuke. Tell him to wrap up his journey in 2 years and meet us in Magnolia. We will start our guild journey together. Naruto smiles and says, you write that, I'll send Sasuke my own message. The two write their messages down before using a scroll that contains Sasuke's blood to perform the summoning jutsu. "So where should we train?" he says, summoning a hawk. The blonde inquires. "Let's find somewhere remote." Sasuke. Sasuke was sitting on a bench in the Nation of Seven, which was on a peninsula north of Fury. The capital was small compared to other places Sasuke had been to, and he thought, "I have 1,000 jewel left. I guess I have to camp if I want to eat dinner." Because of the country's hold on the adult industry, Sasuke had to play the "I'm a minor" card to get producers and women in their 30s to leave him alone. He looks up when he hears a hawk, which enables the bird to perch on his arms. That guy uses a hawk as a messenger bird. That's really awesome. When the young boy says that, Sasuke starts to perspire. "We have agreed that Sasuke, Naruto, and I will travel and train for 2 years. Please complete your journey by then and meet us in Magnolia. In this manner, we can both become members of the Fairy Tail Guild." Neji. "Hey Teme. I don't plan on resting with my current level. You better train hard or I'll leave you in the dust, Naruto." As the hawk squawks in frustration, Sasuke remarks to himself, "Naruto's chicken scratch is barely eligible. But I read you loud and clear," he replies with a smirk. "See you in 2 years." After 2 years, many things had changed with the shinobi in the 2 years that had passed. Itachi had become the most feared agent available to the council, rising to the position of Capitan, and they would send him if they needed a situation resolved with minimal or no violence. He had a tuft on his face from skipping shaving, but his physical appearance remained mostly the same. "Funny, in my world I could never grow a beard." He laughs as he lathers his face with cream, wetting the blade before dragging it against his hair. The satisfying sound of the razor cutting his hair was always pleasant, but the baby face feeling was a no-go for him. He already knew who knocked on his door. "Ultir, shouldn't you be in assembly?" He opens the door for her and calls out, massaging his face with a towel. "We always use thought projections for smaller stuff," she states, sitting on his bed. "The others were impressed with your work with the Rotten Tomato Guild. To think they had so many capable wizards, yet even they fear you," she says. "That's Rotten Tomb Guild, and they surrendered after they turned on their master. I merely was a spectator," is actually how Itachi used genjutsu on them to force them to surrender, which backed their master into a corner. He had noticed that techniques that previously targeted chakra were no longer limited by that requirement, so now he could ensnare anyone in genjutsu with a single glance. This is the second reason he isn't interested in Ultir. When he looked at her, her intentions were clear from the way she flicked her hair and relaxed her legs crossed. He was aware that she belonged to Grimoire Heart. He had used genjutsu on her and had heard the truth directly from her lips. However, he was unable to bring this information to the council because doing so would expose him and the others to the council's radar once more, so for the time being he pretended to be ignorant. "I saw you with your little brother. Though I guess he isn't so little anymore. He was just as tall as you, maybe taller," she jokes. Remembering Sasuke's reaction when he saw him in his Rune Knight uniform, Itachi remarks, "He's changed since I last saw or spoke with him." He nearly choked on air and laughed for 20 minutes, which was annoying because he looked like a wandering hobo. "I'm about to leave on assignment, so if there is nothing else," he says as he leaves. As she makes her way to the now open door, she warns, "Be careful, Itachi. This world is full of mysteries that sink to the darkest pits. I'd hate for you to get lost." Her spine tingled when he said, "I can see through the darkness perfectly fine, can you?" Sasuke. Unable to detect Naruto or Neji, Sasuke glanced around Magnolia and thought, "Looks like I'm the first one to arrive." He was 19 years old and an inch taller than his brother, and his outfit had changed significantly from when he wore Orochimaru's style. Before leaving the capital, he followed his brother's advice and changed his clothes, which, although it fit the nomadic lifestyle he was in, made him look like a hobo, Naruto. The last, he wore a black cloak over a black shirt and pants, a brown leather belt, a brown leather sheath for his sword, a brown leather shuriken holster, and black leather shinobi boots. His old headband, which dangles from his belt and gleams in the morning light, he remarks, "This place is as busy as ever," while resting his arm. "Might as well explore the town." At noon, Fairy Tail Guildhall. As the sun shone over Magnolia, the residents laughed and smiled, full of life and positive energy. But then they heard steel clanking against itself, and their eyes widened in shock as Urza Scarlet, with her long flowing red hair and a huge horn slung on her shoulder, walked through the town. Her eyes were closed because she had grown up in this town and knew its layout perfectly, but they opened as soon as she entered the shade of the fairy tale guild hall. She opened the door and looked around at all the members who were motionless and utterly silent. "I'm back," she said, setting the horn down with a loud thud, and the lesser known guild members resumed their conversation. As she stands in front of her rival S-class wizard, Mira Jane grins and says, "Welcome back, Urza. Master is away at the Guild Masters Conference before you ask," she says, observing the red-headed person looking around. Urza nods as Mira's siblings, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, the newest member, assemble to welcome her. "I see," Urza says. "What's that thing?" Elfman asks, pointing to the adorned horn. He had changed from being a quiet, reserved boy who loved birds to a tall, burly man who was equally committed to manliness, as he appeared. Urza says casually, "It is the horn of a demon I slew in battle. The villagers were so grateful they decorated it for me," she says. "Why? Is that an issue?" Elfman quickly shakes his head in alarm as she asks with a slight glare. "To be honest, I'm more worried about what I've been hearing about certain members of the guild," she says. Kana. With the barrel of ale in her arms, she addresses the brunette beauty, saying, "You need to control your alcohol intake. And stop drinking straight from barrel." Kana's response is more one of cringe than fear. "Vegeta, I told you if you want to practice your dancing do it outside," she says, and the dancing man slumps, nodding, "Ah nab." At the mention of his name, the muscular man straightens up and says, "Just pick a job or get out of the way. I expected to find you loitering around the request board. Wakaba, please get rid of that filthy habit," she says, referring to his pipe. The older wizard quickly douses the pipe and conceals it. "Macau." She merely sighs, rubbing her forehead. He takes a flyer and leaves the request board without reading it. "Speak up, please." After learning of his failure on his most recent mission and the fact that Natsu had to come and assist him, the fire wizard begs, feeling particularly disappointed in him. "Master Makarov may not care, but I certainly do," she says, rubbing her temples in exasperation. "You've caused so much trouble I've almost given up on you," she adds. Lucy tells Mira Jane, "Wow, she's really tearing into them. Aside from being bossy, she is the most normal person here," she continues, and Mira just laughs at the suggestion that she is abnormal. "Are Natsu and Gray present?" Urza asks as she looks around and notices two people, both sweating and nervous, with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. "Here we are, Urza. Just hanging out with my buddy here," Gray says, casting a sidelong glance at Natsu. "Eh? Natsu adds apprehensively. What's making Natsu sound like happy? After witnessing the Dragon Slayer's strength and how the mere sight of the Scarlet Wizard paralyzed him, Lucy yells in shock. She buys into the obviously fake routine by saying, "Ah good, I like to see you two get along. But even the best of friends will occasionally lock horns," she says softly. With trepidation, Gray responds, Well, I wouldn't call him my best friend. Natsu adds, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. She surprises the two by saying, "Anyway, I need your help on a job. I could use your help," she continues. "While I was on my back, I overheard members of a dark guild talking about something called lullaby and referred to it as eternal slumber for anyone who hears it," she explains. "So we're going to go to the Eisenwald Guild to make them give up this weapon," she says. Gray nods in agreement as Natsu grins, "Sounds like fun." Suddenly, the doors open, and everyone turns to face the entrance. Urza, Natsu, and Gray, as well as Mira and her siblings, identify the alleged stranger as the man who initially assisted the Stratus siblings before stifling them. Lisana smiles as she approaches him and asks, "Is that you, Sasuke?" Despite his intimidating aura frightening most of the guild, she was unfazed by his intense gaze. "What brings you here after so long?" she asks. "You've really grown in these last 2 years," Sasuke adds, looking down at her, his gaze softening. "Naruto wishes to join this guild. I told him I would join as well and we agreed to meet in Magnolia." She giggles and embraces him, causing everyone to gasp in terror. The guild sighs with relief after being patted on the shoulder in recognition of the gesture. She calls for her siblings to come say hello to her savior, Elfman, Mirajane come say hi. The two move forward as the rest of the guild, sensing that the tension has subsided, decides to resume their conversation. Mira leads the Uchiha to the bar and asks, "So Sasuke, you mentioned Naruto wanting to join the guild?" Sasuke sits down and says, "Tea please," when she offers him a drink. He and a friend of ours were traveling together and should arrive together. The guild briefly falls silent when they hear a prospective guildmate request tea rather than ale. She places the cup in front of him and asks, "Is this the friend you and Naruto sensed that day when you ran off?" "No, that was my older brother Itachi," he says, shaking his head and taking a sip of the semi-hot beverage. Everyone freezes once more. "Seriously, are these fools going to freak over everything I say?" he asks. The youngest Stratus chuckles as Lisanna remarks, "Now that you mention it, you both look the same. Master sees him quite frequently. I've heard, this guild has a habit of leaving a path of destruction in its wake." Sasuke laughs. Itachi is quite fond of this guild though. Claims it feels very welcoming, he continues. As she and the rest of Team Natsu observed Sasuke from a distance, Urza's once dominant manner had diminished. Lucy muttered, "Who is that guy? He's really cute," perhaps sensing Urza's magic flare for a moment. "His name is Sasuke Uchiha. He and this other guy Naruto showed up during a job Lisanna was on with Mirajane and Elfman," Natsu says. "They saved Lisanna and Mirajane from Elfman after he lost control of his magic," he continues. Lucy, who is shocked to learn that Elfman may be as strong as he seems, asks, "But isn't Mirajane S-class like Urza? Why couldn't she defeat Elfman?" Urza responds, "Mirajane's arm was broken and she couldn't use her magic. Lisanna would have died right now if they hadn't shown up," she says, glaring at the back of his head. She was thankful that he had saved Lisanna, but she was also upset with herself for appearing so frail in front of him. Gray continues, "Yeah, and after that Urza caught him stealing a page out of a book, Somi, her, and Natsu tried to detain him and ended up getting squashed. Urza wanted the part about being kicked under the table to remain hidden." Lucy remarks, "Wow. So he's cool, handsome, and strong." Urza got to his feet and strode over. As she drew closer to the Uchiha, the guild observed. "I was hoping to ask you something," Urza says, standing behind the teen with the raven hair and crossing her arms. "It's been a while." "Sorry, I threw the page I stole away," Sasuke says, grinning as he places the cup on the bar and senses her body temperature rising. "I want to see how much I've improved," she adds, not wanting to publicly admit that she wanted to embarrass him. "Actually, I want to have a one-on-one rematch," she clarifies. The entire guild looks stunned and wide-eyed as he says, "Then look for someone at your level. You won't last long enough against me to gauge the results of your training." "Excuse me? Do you really think so highly of yourself?" asks Urza. She was unable to comprehend why the mere sight of this man infuriated her. There was something familiar and tense about him. He gets up and says, "I won't be defeated by someone who can't acknowledge themselves." His tone and eyes briefly crush Urza's spirit as he exits the guild, Urza trembling with rage. "I will face you any time you wish. I will fight you 10, 100, 1,000 times. And 1,000 times you will lose." Sasuke rubbed his temple outside and asked, "Did I say 2? He turned to leave when the doors suddenly flew open and he saw the red head coming. Urza's tone changed from a moment ago when she said, "I want one match with you." This time, she was trying to make this clear. "I feel angry just looking at you. And it's not over some stupid book. Seeing how you fight will help." With a gleam of relief in her eyes, Sasuke responds, "If that's the case, lead the way." She leads him to a school training ground. "When you are ready," he says, standing across from her. "I hope you get the answer you were looking for." Neji and Naruto the Hyuga, the tallest shinobi in Fury, remarks, "It would seem Sasuke has beaten us to Magnolia. He has grown a foot taller and now stands a head above Sasuke and Naruto. He still wears his hair in the same way, with his fringe out of his eyes thanks to his leaf headband. Under a loose black and gray bat-sleeved poncho capecoat, he wore a white shirt without sleeves, dark gray pants, and shinobi boots. White bandages were wrapped around his left knee and calves, and he had a shuriken and kunai pouch strapped to his right leg, along with another pouch that held other items. He had no fingers on his arms because they were completely covered in dark gray bandages that extended up to his biceps. Yeah. Naruto jumps down from a tree. He has also grown taller, and his appearance has completely changed since he cut his hair short and put on a black elastic forehead protector. He is dressed in a black uniform jacket with an orange zipper, buttons on the waist and sleeves, and a red armband featuring the Uzumaki crest over the same orange pants and sandals. Some things never change, he smiles. You can't help causing trouble, Teme. As he prepared her Flame Empress armor, Sasuke watched Urza glow. So she is using a new armor. If I had to guess, this has something to do with neutralizing my fire style, he thought, anticipating her next move, and she charged directly at him. He dodges her initial blow and leaps into the air, weaving the hand signals. Sweden. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, ram, boar, ox, horse, monkey, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, and bird, before releasing a forceful stream of water from his mouth. Water? Urza's eyes enlarge as the guild witnesses her disappear during the assault, and the backsplash soaked the onlookers. Looking down at Lucy, Pink, Macau and Wakaba blush in a perverse way. The blonde wizard notices that her top has disappeared. She covers her chest and exclaims, "Gah, don't look, Natsu, give me your top." Dragon Slayer responds, "No way, yours is too small for me." She stomps off, saying, "I'm going home to change. I didn't mean to trade." After putting on her adamantine armor, Urza came out panting. "Thank God I made the right decision. My Sea Empress armor wouldn't have been strong enough to block that," she thinks as she lights up before putting on her Heaven's Wheel armor. Sasuke's blade appeared millimeters from her eye, forcing her to sidestep before she could declare her attack. He slashed across, causing her to duck awkwardly, and then dug his heel into her side, sending her to the ground. As he watches her fly up and summon swords, Uchiha remarks, "That armor is very fragile, so she can do more with swords than simply wield them, huh?" He asks, surveying his surroundings. She swung 2 swords in her hands and slashed at him, saying, "Blumenblatt." The other swords followed behind her, serving as a secondary attack. "Did I get him?" she asked, turning around to see the remains of a wooden log and then the icy steel against her neck. As she puts on her regular clothes again, he remarks, "You let your guard down too much. I think that should do for this match," he says, and she nods. One of the guild members murmurs, "Wow, he beat Urza." "With little effort," is added by another. Urza says to him, "You really are strong, Sasuke." "I thought I could at least hit you once," she says, clearly misjudging him because she thought he was a criminal, but he was just a loner like Laxus and Mistogen. "You got closer than he'd like to admit," is the new voice that everyone looks up to. Sasuke smiles a little because he was caught off guard, and it appears that Naruto's fighting spirit hasn't diminished in the past 2 years. As the blonde and brunette leap from the roof and land in front of the Uchiha, Lisana exclaims, "Naruto. I hope you don't mind paying for the repair, Urza." He smiles, lifting Sasuke's cloak to reveal the tear caused by her sword. Sasuke slaps his friend's hand away and asks, "What took you so long? I half expected you to already be a member." Urza's eyes enlarge as he shows Sasuke a report that reads, "We got sidetracked by a request from the council. Apparently some guy stole some sort of flute called Lullaby. We need to get it back before it gets used," he adds. When Sasuke takes off his coat and hands it to her, she says, "That's the job I plan on taking," and her eyes enlarge. "You can have this fixed for me instead. The 3 of us can handle the flute." He grumbles, "Too many cooks in the kitchen and all that." He turns to Naruto. "Where are we going?" She says, "But I can help. Since she brought the job to the guild, she ought to be in charge of it." Sasuke responds, "Your help isn't needed," and she appears to be shaken by his remark. "Why do I feel guilty?" he asks as he watches her leave. As Sasuke turns away, Naruto mumbles sarcastically, "Wow. Ever the charmer, I see. Apparently the culprits are around Kunugi Station." He adds, continuing to discuss the job, "We could use your summon." HN. The enormous eagle declares, "Let's just go," and Sasuke consents, biting his thumb to extract blood. Kachiyose no Jutsu. As the 3 of them mount the eagle, Neji mutters, "Some things never change." Your attitudes towards each other just as annoying. They took off, ignoring the fairy tale as a whole, which had been reduced to silent spectators as one of their best wizards was soundly defeated and reduced to patching a cloak, while her opponent took over the task she was working on, dismissing her strength as not needed. With a sidelong glance at the dejected S-class that was already heading out, Gray remarks, "Wow. Those guys are something else. This could be bad. Holy hell, he's stronger than before. I want to fight him." Natsu screams, "Shut up. I can take him," was the Dragon Slayer's response to the mockery he was receiving for not having a chance. Looking at her sister, Lisana remarks, "They've changed a lot. I'm glad to see they're doing so well," she continues, and Mira smiles. "It was a rough first meeting. Hopefully it'll settle down once Master comes back," Mira says. Elsewhere. These people were living normal lives. Who would do this? Itachi thought as he strolled through the streets of a desolate town, one of many that had been struck by a dark guild. The streets were marked with blood where the corpses had been pulled up. The violent act made him think of Hidan, and if this were the elemental lands, he would attribute it to a Jashin worshipper. "See, Captain?" Itachi asks, ignoring the young knight who says, "Captain, there's nothing more to be done, we've rounded up the remaining townsfolk." Without waiting for an answer, he declares, "Yuka, take the others and return to base, I will be traveling on alone." The Mia report indicates that almost every child in the town had been taken, which is what caused the tense situation. A similar incident occurred in a small town called Rosemary Village, where Zaref's cultists abducted children and did who knew what to them, according to a report Itachi read. He didn't exist in this world, so he couldn't help those kids, but now these slavers had nowhere to hide. _fairytale_. Man Urza looks out of it, Natsu remarks, observing the redhead as if absorbed in her own thoughts. He wouldn't publicly acknowledge it, but he had a deep admiration for Urza's strength, so his anger at her defeat was heightened by the way her opponent dismissed her. He thinks, "Guy pisses me off." Mira Jane remarks, crossing her arms, "This will be good for her." Acting all high and mighty, now she feels like everyone else when she goes on one of her "I'm the queen" modes. She admits with a smirk, not feeling guilty at all. Even though Mira was still in S-class, her magic had diminished after the Elfman incident, and she had lost enough to no longer pose a threat to Urza. Lisana remarks, "That's mean, sis. I'm sure it sounded worse than Sasuke meant." Despite pretending to be a recluse, he didn't brush her off when she gave him a hug. "Hey, is the redhead Sasuke was sparring with earlier on here?" Naruto asks as he enters the guild after the doors have opened. "It's Urza, you must be Naruto." Urza approaches him, followed by the other members of Team Natsu. She can see that Naruto is as strong as Sasuke, if not more so, but he seems kinder. "Yeah, I just wanted to clear the air between you and Sasuke," Naruto says. "You see, despite how it came off, Sasuke wasn't trying to upset you or, I guess, make it seem like he didn't acknowledge your ability." Urza crosses her arms and Naruto scratches the back of his head, saying, "It sure seemed like that. We are used to working in small teams, so that's what he meant when he said, 'It's not needed.'" Naruto clarifies what Sasuke meant when he said, "So try not to let it get you down. You're the first person Sasuke hasn't dismissed as a challenger since yours truly. Teme. He's not a people person, what you'd call an introvert," he says. "Did you really come back just to tell her that?" Mira asks. "Still have the same goofy grin on your face, but at least now you look like a man." She giggles. In addition to saying, "Once I've finished my business here I'll vanish," Naruto adds, "Actually I'm just a clone. Also the goth girl turned Barbie is making fun of me." He asks, staring at her blankly. She growls and punches him in the face, saying, "You're dead." But he explodes in a puff of smoke. What the hell? She clenches her fist as the guild retreats. "I have an idea," Urza smirked as she looked up at the S-class board, still wondering what Naruto had told her. Shinobi team, the three of them dismounted the bird and started running quickly in the direction of the station, intending to cut the Dark Guild. Naruto grinned as memories of the clone that Mira had dispelled came flooding back to him. "She's got a short temper like Sakura," he chuckles, glancing at Sasuke, who raises an eyebrow. Sasuke asks, "What?" and Naruto just winks, which makes the Uchiha quicken his pace. "How far, Neji?" he asks the Hyuga. The brunette scans the area and remarks, "I can see the town just ahead. but I can't see any wizards among them. He says, perhaps we got here faster than expected. Naruto calls forth 10 clones to scout the track, saying, I'll have some clones scout the track. Why would the council leave something so dangerous unguarded? He asks. Sasuke cynically asks, tell me Naruto, how did you become a shinobi again? Naruto smiles slightly in understanding of Sasuke's statement. It doesn't matter how they got this so-called death flute. All that matters is getting it back. The Byakugan user remarks, I agree. The council has been gracious enough to keep our existence under the radar. Neji adds. It's true that this was probably done more to maintain peace than to be polite to the shinobi. For now we should get this done and stay in their good graces, because trouble would probably arise if people learned about another world. Guys, one of my clones spotted the guild in question. Abruptly Naruto states. They are setting up a trap at the train station for pursuers, and then says, it seems their real target is the guild masters conference in Clover Town. As they stop, Sasuke remarks, then they must have abandoned the train and continued on foot. You two follow the track and see what you find. I'll head to Kunugi Station and round up the rest of the guild, he says in a semi-instructive fashion. Neji summarizes, that seems fair I guess. If he recalls correctly, Clover was primarily a forest and mountain range, a place where Naruto could let loose while Sasuke could eliminate the guild inside the train station with the least amount of damage possible. The blonde hurries off after saying, good luck, try not to be a jerk to strangers. Neji almost has to drag the blonde away to stop him from running back to argue after Sasuke yells, I'd tell you not to be an idiot but we both know it's far too late. Neji sighs as Naruto's yelling causes his ear to ring. It's good some things never change. No matter the circumstances. I wish their one-upping each other would. Kunugi Station Sasuke arrived in Kunugi Town quickly. The Dark Guild inside the station had routed a sizable army of soldiers outside. The few remaining guards attempted to hold the general public at bay while also gathering the injured. As the group attempted to push past, armed only with basic housing items, one of the soldiers yelled, stay back, it is not safe. Their resolve was unwavering, and a woman's plea made it clear to him why. Her voice was filled with anxiety and desperation as she pleaded, please, you have to save my baby. The town's determination to fight was evident. However, they would be massacred if they used their weapons to fight a guild. Stay back, was the soldier's only command, and as Sasuke approached the front of the crowd, the townspeople started to disperse. Why? You? Stay back, was the brave soldier's cry as his men's determination broke under Sasuke's intense stare. The Solitaire had no reason to argue when Sasuke declared, I am here under orders from the Magic Council. I'll have this settled in a moment. Please save my baby. Sasuke turns to face the anxious mother, who has her hands clasped in prayer and her eyes watering. Her nervousness was replaced with hope when he turned around and walked on with a single nod. He heard the guild ahead and vanished into the doorway. These clowns are responsible for all this commotion? He sighs as he enters the clearing, whispering that he will be jumped. Upon looking up, he saw roughly 50 men leaping at him and brandishing swords. What fool wanders in here alone? We're gonna carve that pre-face of yours. Scream in fear of the Eisenwald Guild. This is the extent of a dark guild. I'm actually disappointed, he sighed as he walked over to one of the more important looking members who was using his Sharingan to find the missing child, after about 60 seconds had passed and every member was lying defeated. In one of the lower floors, he sees pictures of a man who resembles Shikamaru in appearance and, even stranger, uses magic akin to that of the Nara clan to bind the girl. Sensing the presence of a strong magical force, he successfully navigated the station's winding walls and easily defeated other guild members. He was irritated to see a massive lacrima bomb, even though he had hoped it would be a wizard who could challenge him. He asks, are you a bad guy? As he glances down at a young girl who is chained to the bomb, she doesn't appear to be particularly disturbed by the circumstance. Living in a town without a guild must be pretty boning. She smiles as Sasuke calmly approaches eye level and says, your mom sent me actually. You'll be home for supper in no time, he adds. It seems these chains are a part of a trigger, which will cause a premature explosion if broken, he believes. He understood the fundamental idea of the power of this world, even though he wasn't as knowledgeable about it as he would have liked. Similar in some ways, such as the fact that there are two types of magic, caster, and holder. Caster magic originates from the wizard, whereas holder magic comes from objects. Thus, holder wizards like Urza are like Fuinjutsu experts, while caster wizards are like shinobi like Naruto, Neji, and himself. He asks, "What's your name?" in an attempt to divert the girl's attention from the threat. She says, "Maria," in apology, but she was aware of his small talk strategy and mostly ignored the situation. The girl takes 3 big steps before being restrained by the chain when he asks, "Well, Maria, how far can you walk?" "If I can weaken the structure of the building, I can have it cave in on the bomb, minimize the damage," he thinks, surveying the area. Whoever placed the bomb chose a good spot, a sold room, and the back meant that its blast would shower debris all over the town, causing the most destruction. "No, I'll just have to," he says, his eyes widening as he hears a snap, causing one of the bomb's trigger binds to come loose and set it off. The next scene unfolded very quickly, but Maria was able to determine why the bomb didn't cause any significant damage. Shinra Tensai. Outside the town's residents watched in horror as the station disappeared in a windstorm, leaving nothing of the town center left after the last Eisenwald members had been rounded up and taken outside. Thankfully, Sasuke landed in front of them with Maria in his arms before the young mother's eyes widened in horror upon realizing her daughter was dead. "Mommy!" Maria exclaimed as she rushed to her mother's arms. "I was a decoy." She said this with joy, oblivious to the danger she had been in. The mother looks at Sasuke and says, "You saved my daughter." Her eyes were filled with fear, but now they are full of life. "Thank you. Thank you," she says, her eyes full of tears of relief. Sasuke would have ended it there with a nod, but instead he was given a standing ovation. "This is awkward, still I can't let Naruto find out I destroyed the station." Neji and Naruto the shinobi quickly located Aragorn, the slender and vicious man who had dubbed himself the Reaper, and was the leader of the Eisenwald Guild. An egotistical wizard with a focus on wind magic sought retribution against the council and the legal guilds for outlawing assassination jobs, effectively transforming his guild into a dark one, and preventing it from accepting any other quests because they were experts in assassination contracts. In the hurricane of power that is Naruto Uzumaki, Aragorn was merely an electric fan, despite his claims to be the most proficient user of wind magic. The Dark Mage chuckles, "Your victory is for naught. With the train station under our control, we will accomplish our goal no matter what." Naruto only needed one punch to defeat the guild master. "Your plan will fail, accept it," Neji says, while Aragorn growls a little. "That might have been the case, but our comrade will have likely already liberated the station." "Failure, huh? I don't think so," Aragorn giggles. "Did you think I'd risk my revenge in a straight-out fight with the council? That's stupid. My guild is full of idiots, but even they know we'd get decimated in a fight with the country's most powerful wizards. But if we killed all the guild masters at once, then the hierarchy would be thrown into chaos, devaluing the country's balance and allowing our guild to resume business." When Neji realizes, "You don't have the flute," Aragorn laughs, thinking he's won, but Neji has already started to run to Clover Town. To get there before the flute was played, they would have to cover a lot of ground. Naruto stayed and gazed at the man he had vanquished, who was now lying on the ground. "What will happen to your comrade, the one who is going to play the flute?" Naruto asked, enraged by his smirk. Aragorn laughs, his arrogance silenced by a strong punch to the stomach, and his eyes roll to the back of his head as he passes out. "I don't care, my guild were nothing more than tools to accomplish my revenge." When Naruto catches the Hyuga, he growls and chases after Neji, saying, "That really pisses me off. No matter the world, people like that exist. After everything we went through to achieve peace, only to end up in a new world ripe with conflict, is tiring," he muses. While studying diligently to keep up with Sasuke and Neji, the blonde undoubtedly maintained his foolish tendencies. Was knocking him out really worth the effort? Neji asks, and Naruto smirks. The blonde says, he needed to stop talking. "We better act fast, because it's going to get dark soon," and that just screams, "Let's use evil magic, or whatever." The town of Clover, finally, after all the years of sitting in the dark, wondering what would happen to our guild. "It was all leading to this moment," Kageyama said, glancing at the flute as he passed the hall that served as the host venue. "With this our legacy will be cemented." With a copy of Sorcerer Weekly in his back pocket, The Dark Wizard asks, "And what kind of legacy will that be? You think this will change anything? It will unite all the guilds against you and your friends, something that your leader is well aware of," he says. He pauses just before playing, saying, "It doesn't matter, it's time for a new chapter in the world of magic. This is a death sentence for you as well. Would your leader sacrifice himself for you? Are you simply a domino in this plan? I don't think you are. You're someone who has his own dreams." Makarov replies. "Loyalty is a good trait, but not when it is one-sided." Kageyama replies with a sigh. "He'd sacrifice us all for that goal. So why should I not do the same for him?" Kageyama asks, tossing the flute to the ground. "I never wanted any part of this ordeal. I wanted our guild to become a legit legal guild, but Aragorn wanted to retain his reputation as an assassin." As the flute changes into a titan-sized demon, it glows and exclaims, "I grow tired of this. After all this time sealed away, my melody will be heard for miles around." A man exclaims, "It's going to play its death song." As a massive magic circle emerges in the sky, pressure starts to tremble the earth, and the beast makes a terrible sound. Neji lands on top of a tree, clad in the former Nine Tails Jinchuriku's chakra, and he whistles, "Wow. That wasn't in the notes," he says with a laugh. Hake Kuakisho. A huge blast of air hits the beast in the stomach, breaking the spell. As the demon flute roars, Makarov looks into the brunette's eyes and remarks, "That boy is one of the group from the other dimension." The teenager didn't appear to be affected by the monster's strength or intimidating pressure, and he recalled that they had expressed interest in joining his guild before going missing for 2 years. They must have been learning more about this world before settling into a guild. "Smart," he says with a small smile. Lullaby roars, "Very impressive attack, and great courage for attacking me alone. But what can one fighter do against such power?" Lullaby kicks off a mountain top to demonstrate its physical prowess. "Who claimed I was by myself?" Neji asks. Everyone's attention is drawn to the fallen yellow ball of energy soaring down. "I was merely a decoy." Chudama Rasengan. The Golden Shinobi yells. Everyone is forced to look away as the demon and conference hall are both engulfed in the explosion. "Oh. I think I overdid it." The blonde pales while in mid-air, able to see the damage he's inflicted. As the smoke clears, everyone else could see that the conference hall had been completely obliterated. The demon had returned to its flute form with a crack in the top, making it effectively useless. And so, the heroes arrive in the last moments to intervene. As Neji lands next to Naruto with a deflated sigh, Naruto smiles nervously. Neji chastises an apologetic Naruto, saying, "So much for getting paid. Next time I'm sticking with Sasuke. He knows how to hold back." The Hyuga, seeking a bright spot as the guild masters approach, adds, "But at least no one was hurt." In an attempt to get their attention, Makarov says, "I've been waiting to meet you boys for a long while now. I never got to thank you for helping my children," he says, referring to Mirajane, Lisana, and Elfman. "I am the guild master of Fairy Tail, Makarov Dryer." He gestures to the crater and says, "You can thank me by taking the blame for this. Hey, are you listening to me? I don't mean to be a bother, but I thought the demon would be stronger considering all the warnings we were giving. Neji, take action." The blonde loses control and shakes his brown-haired teammate, who looks like they're having an out-of-body experience. "So much for adding normal people to my guild," Makarov exclaimed, realizing that these boys were nothing like what he had anticipated based on his previous interactions with people from their dimension. They were just like typical children their age. Naruto smiles and puts his arms behind his back. "With this over, I hope we can beat Sasuke back to Magnolia." Before he picks a fight with the redhead Urza again, he says, laughing a little. Neji concurs, remembering that Makarov is only a foot away, until now. In fact, the last thing we need is for Sasuke's forcefulness to compromise our joining the guild. As the teenagers naively smile, Makarov crosses his arms and says, "So. Sasuke picked a fight with Urza again, I see." He smiles to himself as the two throw the absent Uchiha under the bus, saying, "Hey, it happened before we got there, and we will pick the guild over him, so just kick him out." The older man chuckles and says, "All right, I get it, come on you brats, it's a long walk back to Magnolia from here, you can fill me in on all the details on the way." He could smile because he could tell they were just making light of the situation. Naruto then picks him up and asks, "Hey, what is the meaning of?" He yells in terror as he glances over the blonde's shoulder and sees the irate crowd pursuing them while yelling that Fairy Tails is to blame for the destruction of the conference hall. Go faster. Run more quickly. Despite the damage, Team Shinobi received full compensation for saving everyone a few weeks after defeating Eisenwald and Lullaby. The money was sufficient for each of them to purchase a home of their own, as Neji and Sasuke had no desire to live with a snoring Naruto. Growing up in the Hyuga compound meant that Neji had no interest in anything large. A basic home with a kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom was sufficient for him, so he purchased some land and, with the assistance of his friends, built a basic cabin. Outside of Magnolia, Sasuke moved into a two-story house with trees surrounding it, which gave the Uchiha the privacy he desired and included space for him to set up a training field where he and the others could practice. Though Naruto never really stayed there because he usually passed out at either Neji's or Sasuke's, he found an apartment that almost exactly matched the one he had in Konoha, minus the balcony and Japanese-themed decor. They were aware of the irony. Sasuke. Lee-sana calls to the lone Uchiha who is eating a sandwich and reading a book. His one exposed eye looks up at the white-haired teenager and asks, "Where are Neji and Naruto?" She inquires. He starts to close the book after saying, "The Dobi mentioned calling the council. Neji is shopping in the market," he continues, as she takes a seat across from him. "Why?" She appeared anxious. She says sheepishly, observing a puzzled expression on his face, "Well, it's just, you guys have been taking jobs from the guild, without technically joining. Shinobi had a registration license that was also used if you ever went rouge. Right," he says, looking at her, "Sorry, we have been settling in and all and just never thought to make it official." He shrugs, not wanting to say it aloud, but he had no idea what the procedure was for formally joining a guild. She pulls out the stamp and asks, "Well, we can do yours now. Where and what color do you want your guild mark?" She grinned. He lifted his sleeve to reveal his forearm and said, "Here in purple." She nodded, pressing the stamp down and applying the guild mark in his preferred color. "I see, so that's what the tattoos are for," he thinks. He had assumed they were just members displaying their loyalty or something. "Will you inform Naruto or Neji that I'm trying to find them for this if you see them?" she asks, and he nods once. One attractive girl walks away, and another comes up. "Urza, what do you want?" Returning to his book, he asks, "I thought you were on a mission." She has challenged him to a sparring session almost every day, and he has had to stay away from her all day in order to get some peace. She says, "I just got back. Not too far from the town there was a cave with writing in the same language you, Neji, and Naruto speak when you talk to each other or attack." She sits down and says, "I just got back. Not too far from the town there was a cave with writing in the same language you, Neji, and Naruto speak when you talk to each other or attack." The flash of surprise in his uncovered eye gave her all the information she needed. Sasuke and the others were the suspicious characters Master was discussing with the council. She had been watching them for a while, and they all seemed intent on the symbol on Naruto's headband or the writing they seemed to use. "Could you show me?" he asks while glancing at her, puts down his book, and starts to walk to the entrance. Urza realizes it's not a request at this point and follows him. Looking at the back of his head, she thinks, "You don't seem like a threat. But you caused a lot of noise by showing up, which means you could be a danger to everyone. So I'll find out for myself," she says. "Neji, goodbye." He focused on his surroundings. Since his resurrection, he's noticed his eyes have gotten stronger, vastly stronger. He could count the number of ants on a tree almost a half a mile away. Is this the result of my training with Naruto? The fairy tale wizard interrupts his thoughts, saying, "You can come out." He turns around, but his cells were different from before, and the chakra in his body was purer than even the main branch's chakra. "How were you aware of my presence?" "Eyes on the back of your head," Kana said, emerging from the darkness. She makes a joke. "You have been spying on me for the past 3 days. Do you have anything to say?" Neji responds, missing the joke, "No, but my eyes allow me to see at a near 360 degrees. He asks as he approaches. Kana gestures toward the guild with her thumb and says, "It's nothing much. Lee-sana was looking for you. You need to get your guild mark, it makes your joining official," she explains, as she watches his gaze drift to her waist, or more precisely, "Hey, my eyes are up here." She grins and teases him, noticing a slight flush come over his cheeks as he turns away. I'll head to the guild in a minute. Naruto the blonde sprinted as quickly as his legs would allow, and Yamaji promptly informed him of any developments involving Itachi. Rewind. You mean that he went rouge? I heard that the elder Uchiha had been acting strangely since his last assignment, but it wasn't Naruto's style to abandon his allies trapped in a genjutsu and flee alone. He growls into the lacrima. The council member displays a red cloud with a white outline, and Naruto's surprise reveals that he recognizes it. Itachi wore this symbol, but seeing it angered him greatly. Itachi has been acting weird ever since he saw this symbol. With all the honesty he could muster, Naruto says, "You see, before we came here Itachi was working undercover infiltrating a terrorist organization, so seeing this symbol means there could be members here, which means trouble." Although he had given Yamaji and the council no reason to doubt him, his words still had no weight. "Can you assist me in some way?" The end of the flashback. Naruto decided that the last thing he needed was the four of them causing trouble, so he hurried out of Magnolia as fast as he could. Is this a different world? After 2 days, Sasuke and Urza strolled through the narrow pass that divided the forest floor. Having had the opportunity to watch him on the road, she realized that Sasuke is more of a reactor than an instigator, which means he won't talk directly about anything, but, unlike an introvert, he was blunt and a little rude when the situation called for it. Nevertheless, she did see the few times when he showed his tender and caring side, such as when he fed his leftovers to stray cats and had a tiny but genuine smile on his face. How much farther? He sounded tense this morning, looking around every 100 meters. Not much, she says, pointing over the hill, but in a few minutes we should see the entrance to the town. Hold up, he says, removing 2 kunai from his pouch and throwing them in front of them, bending one to the required angle with the help of the other. A yelp and a clunk sound force her to follow Sasuke as he rushes in the direction of where he threw his kunai, and she sees him crouching at a man who is unconscious, masked and cloaked. She remarks, "This guy looks like a member of the town guild," as she watches Sasuke use his own red eye to open the unconscious man's eyelid and ask, "What are you doing?" Looking at his memories, Sasuke responds, then goes into a trance. Like state as his body remains still for a few seconds. He looks surprised and gets to his feet, thinking, "Seems they baited Urza to lure me here." "You can do that, right?" Looking surprised, she asks, "What kind of powers do you get from that eye?" She observes him securing the man. "I have 2 different eye powers, each granting me unique powers, but telling you in detail would take too long," says he. "This man is a member of the town's guild. However, it is a dark guild that used your curiosity for me to lure me out here." "What makes you desirable to a dark guild?" He merely states, "Because my eyes are the only ones capable of reading the text in the cave." After all, it comes from a different world, he adds, calling forth a shadow clone. "A different planet? What do you mean?" she asks, taking a step back. When she looks into his glowing red eye, his words, "Don't worry on it, Urza, you won't remember any of this," cause her world to go dark before she can react. "One light is stronger than the other," he remarks, glancing at her half-open eyes. "A fake?" He turns to the clone and says, "Take her back to Magnolia. The job was a failure." The clone nods and calls forth a hawk, taking off with the red-headed creature. What else is the place hiding? Naruto found Itachi quickly. Even though he was no longer able to use his 6 paths mode, he still had the sensory ability, which he used to find the elder Uchiha in the mountains because it only worked with chakra at the moment. He observes Itachi flipping through books and remarks, "You left in a hurry, Itachi." The council or Yamaji at least is worried. What is all this? Itachi looks at him and says, "It even documents Madara's conversation with me before I went rouge." He hands the book to the blonde, who says, I don't understand." None of them knew the book's origin, but it even has traces of all past members' chakra. The book contained a list of members, including Itachi and Sasuke, as well as members he didn't know and what must have been the original founding of the faction with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. So someone from our world came to this one with private memories and all sorts of secrets about the Akatsuki? For clarification, Naruto asks, who might it be? I don't know, but keeping this book is too risky. He claims that Amaterasu will ignite it. Word of this place cannot reach Sasuke. He would likely go looking for the source, and right now we don't have enough credibility with the important people of this world to risk drastic actions that my brother is known for. Itachi's eyes enlarge a little as Naruto says, then. Erase it from my mind, for now at least. I don't have Kurama, and Sasuke's Rinnegan is too strong to resist, so he can't dig memories that I don't know about, Itachi adds. I see, he says. Very well, I'll return these to you when the time is right. Tsukuyomi. Naruto was sitting in the fairy tale guild hall holding a pitcher of ale when his senses returned to normal. What was I doing again? He looks around and thinks. I knew you weren't listening, he says, looking ahead just in time to see Mirajane strike him across the face. Why does it feel like I was just let down, Sasuke? Sasuke quickly discovered that the village he was in was a front for the Dark Guild to hide its secrets from the council. There is a strong chakra presence, he believes, sensing that every village was watching him, and this led him to the location they wanted him to go. Hello, Uchiha. He looks up to see people wearing Akatsuki cloaks. We've been waiting for you to come back for a long time. My coming back? Looking around, Sasuke noticed that this village was a mashup of the 5 great shinobi villages. The layout and designs of the buildings matched the villages of each nation, but there were small, unimportant details that someone from this world wouldn't pay much attention to. As they take off their cloaks to reveal that their clothes match Anbu, the man responds, yes, the prophecy foretold of your rebirth and that you would lead us to the chakra world. Sasuke merely states, I came to read the carvings and nothing more, before starting to move. I see, sorry, but the world you seek no longer exists. You have no influence over the situation. As all of the villages leap into the air in various hand gestures, the man yells, we will weaken you and bind you. They all unleash jutsu related to several elements in his direction. Sasuke raises his hand and says, it seems you are unaware of my left eye and its abilities. He absorbs the jutsu, much to the surprise of his attackers, and says, I'll give you all a taste of real power. He smirks as his fringe moves, revealing his Rinnegan in Limbo. Hengoku. So I can make 3 clones. It seems I'm close to my full power, they said, unconscious before they even touched the ground. Perhaps our world and this world have more in common than we first thought. Perhaps there is a reason we are really here, he thought as he entered the cave, his eyes widening as he felt the chakra growing. Not possible. After a few days after waking up with a terrible headache, she went to find Sasuke because her last memory of him was of talking to him at the guild. Since he hadn't returned from a job he had taken, she and Team Natsu went out to pay Lucis rent, which was a convenient way to divert her attention from the newest guild members. Ignoring her arguing teammates, she believes, lately I have been neglecting my role as an S-class, above all else it's my duty to represent the guild as its elite member. Gray looks irritated as he says, we lost 30% of our pay because you went too far. Again, I don't see why I should lose any money because of it. Natsu casually remarks, I can't help that I'm too strong. Maybe you should train more, you ice princess weakling. Weakened? As the two slam their foreheads together, Gray retorts, you are the one who lacks self-control because you are so weak. What did you pervert? Strip or do? You drooling idiot, you heard me. Ursa slaps them both on the head and says, enough of you both. Your antics are embarrassing the guild. I'm glad they helped me make rent, but why does it always end with Gray and Natsu fighting, followed by Ursa flooring them, and then scolding them while they're too drunk to listen? Lucy sighed, walking as slowly as she could to give the impression that she wasn't hanging out with them. People are gathered outside the guild hall, and when they see that the building has been attacked and that iron pillars protrude from the walls and roof, their eyes enlarge. They rush inside and discover that everyone is in the basement, asking, what the hell happened? Natsu screams in frustration at Makarov's lack of initiative in the matter. Phantom Lord attacked the guild hall to send a message of superiority. Makarov explains. However, to attack an empty building is nothing to boast about, he continues. Even so, to respond to this attack with nothing will have a negative impact on our standing, Ursa says, observing that while everyone else seemed unfazed by the situation, Naruto and Neji were speaking with serious expressions. I won't go to war over something as trivial as a guild hall, we will rebuild and report them and that will be the end of this nonsense. Makarov says as Natsu growls. This building is the foundation of guild. Do you know what that means? Of our connection? Naruto is drawn to the Dragon Slayer's yells. He smirks and holds out his taped hand, saying, a building is just a building. The memories you've made that are the real foundation of your bond. Like this is. A white snake slithers down the stairs, interrupting their conversation. As he watches the snake slither straight up to Naruto, Makarov remarks, "Such a rare breed of snake." He then spits out a scroll and adds, "That works as a postman." Finally, he witnesses the snake explode in a puff of smoke, saying, "I got to cut back on the drinking." What is Sasuke's desire? Looking over the blonde's shoulder, Neji asks, "Should I go with you?" Naruto shakes his head when he asks in their native tongue. "No, best you stick around here in case something happens," Naruto says, looking around. He knew that Phantom would attack again, and Neji could ensure that nothing happened because Sasuke was dragging him away. Whatever became of Sasuke? He's been gone a while, Mira says, attempting to read the note, which is written in their native tongue. She looks at Urza, who dropped off after returning from their most recent job before going on to another one. Naruto remarks nonchalantly, "Yeah, just wants to meet up. Behave while I'm gone." He jokes as he makes his way to the stairs. "Be back soon," he says, and then he disappears. Aren't Naruto and Sasuke pretty elusive? With the exception of Urza, Mira, and Master Makarov, Lucy remarks that they only ever spoke to one another, which was acceptable but questioned whether they could be trusted in the event that the guild actually went to war. Don't overthink it. That's how they've always been. Going off on their own. At least they aren't fighting over everything like when they were kids, Neji remarks. Brushing this off will likely lead to a more drastic attack. Back to the matter at hand. Phantom Lord did this to draw a reaction from us, he starts. It was a baiting tactic used by shinobi to entice enemies out of a strategic position. Neji, my boy, you are reading too much into this. Makarov dismisses the young man's worries, stating, "Our guilds are the oldest in Fury and have been rivals since before I was even born." He says simply, "Even so, I would advise against traveling around alone if you aren't a keen fighter." He could see the fear of attack on each of their faces, and before long, groups had formed. "So, with whom are you sleeping?" The Byakugan user blushes a little at the sentence's wording as a slightly inebriated Kana asks. "You're too inebriated to have a mature conversation, I see," he sighs as she clings to his arm. "I don't need to worry, I can handle myself just fine," he says. Kana smiles and sighs, "Sleep at my place tonight, you seem interesting." "Can I really say no?" She shakes her head when he asks. "Nope. In other places it was a pleasant little town, but Naruto was taken aback by how crowded it was when he arrived. According to Teme, I need to walk straight through the main street and turn left up the mountain," he thought, waving to the smiling people who greeted him. "Yo," he says casually, "nice village, isn't it?" After spotting Sasuke standing at the intersection of the roads, he turns around. They used to be a dark guild full of chakra users. Sasuke remarks, casually, shocking the blonde. "However, after defeating them I used genjutsu to rewrite their memories. Now they believe they're the village the world thinks of them and all knowledge of chakra has been purged." When he sees the Tomo in Sasuke's Rinnegan, he remarks, "I didn't think you had that kind of power anymore. So you still have your 6 paths power?" Sasuke starts to move, making Naruto pursue. "I never lost my Rinnegan, I thought about it while I was on my journey through this world," Sasuke says. "If Kaguya could truly strip us of the power Hagoromo gave us, then she would have during our fight against her, so I figured, if I could regain my power then you could as well." "So, what is my power? Here?" he asks, and to his surprise, Sasuke nods. "You can start making sense, Teme," he frowns. "I wondered why this village had chakra users in full. When I found a cave full of writing on it I got my first clue." He points to an entrance above them on a rock. Inside it said, "The origin of energy was the nutrient of a fruit, consumed by a woman who became a god. This cave knew of Kaguya." He stops and says, "This world and ours have a lot in common, so much so I believe it's the same." Naruto looks at his friend as if it were blasphemous, saying, "It can't be, no one's heard of the elemental nations, the great wars. None of it." Sasuke merely asks, "How many of those do you remember?" "There were countless wars before the concept of villages were created. This world and ours aren't separated by dimensions but by time," he asks, and Naruto shakes his head. "This is our world, then. But only in the future?" Looking around, the blonde asks, "How far into the future?" As they arrive at the spot, Sasuke says, "I don't know, but if I had to guess, thousands of years." A small tree with 9 glowing roots surrounds it in the middle of a tiny hole in the wall. This is the source of the village's chakra. The roots are connected to an underground lake that feeds into the town's well, he explains. Does it feel familiar? May I ask? He asks. Naruto squeezes through the opening and says, yeah, it's like a mini 10 tails. Each root has a piece of the tailed beasts in it. This could one day grow into the next divine tree and grow a fruit. Sasuke follows him. However, it can also give you the power you had. When he observes Naruto hesitate. The era of shinobi is over. The best way to ensure this world remains ignorant of Kaguya and her kind is for this chakra to end with us. Naruto grabs the tree and tears it from the ground, saying, you're right, perhaps magic holds the key to peace. This world is meant to be a new beginning. How can that be if we continue to cling to the world we left behind? I'm not saying that, Sasuke says, because of the fights we've had and the tragedies we've survived, we will always be shinobi. We haven't started over. Our paths have just changed directions. Naruto grinned and said, good point. Now, what should I do with this? He asks, holding the tree up. With a smirk, Sasuke scrapes Naruto's arm with a kunai, deep enough to draw some blood. Ow. Hey, what the? He was about to strike back when he noticed the chakra flowing into the cut from the tree. Sasuke turns to leave, saying absently, I've been in this town for too long. He wasn't about to confess to his longtime rival that he missed Magnolia and his home. It will take time for your power to grow, but at least now you have it back. Naruto follows him out, pouting a little as Sasuke chuckles lightly. You know, you could have just told me how to absorb the chakra. It's worrying how easily you can just throw sharp objects at me, he says. Dobi_Kana and Neji_. Wow, these kotatsu items are amazing. Way better seating arrangements for drinking, Kana says, grinning and feeling very comfortable as she pours herself another mug. He said, sarcastically, I'm glad my place feels hospitable, because she had consumed all of his sake, which was difficult to obtain because it wasn't brewed in fury, but he didn't mind the company. He hadn't tried to bond with the guild, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, and he looked at the white fairy tale symbol with a black outline on the back of his hand, which meant he was now officially a member, which meant he had to make new bonds. Kana Alberona was the first member to join the guild of the new generation and a notorious drunk. He sits across from her, watching as she pours him a drink. Ah, don't be like that. I'll have your sake stash replenished. She smiles sheepishly and says, good stuff, very exotic. How about a game? Answer or drink, she proposes, grinning. We ask each other questions, and if you don't answer, you drink. The last person standing can make the loser do anything they want. Ask away, Neji says. He had to be careful because he doesn't drink a lot, so he had to answer as many questions as he could to win, but he would have to lie if she inquired about his background in depth. Have you had sex before? He took a drink. This will become messy? In other places, Levi sighs. I live at Fairy Hills. It's an all-girls dorm, of course you two can't sleep there. Her teammates Jet and Droid trailed behind her, taking Neji's warning as gospel, much to the annoyance of the blue-haired girls, who loved and appreciated their commitment to her safety but couldn't be targeted because she was a nobody in the guild. Jet tries to maintain her walking pace while scanning the area for anyone suspicious. You heard Neji, if Phantom Lord attacks again, it could be any of us, she says. Back me, Droid. Levi is more famous than she lets on, right? After hearing a loud crash, they come to a stop. As Jet is launched into the air by an iron pillar, Levi yells, weak little fairies separated from the pack. The man with jet black hair and facial piercings smiles and laughs ominously, at the mercy of the Iron Dragon. Who are you? She asks while assuming a fighting stance, but the man doesn't respond. Instead, he leaps at her before she can react, leaving her with nothing to do but scream in pain as she is mercilessly smashed into the ground. Her assailant's final words before she passed out were, I am more than anything you fairies can handle. If destroying the guild hall isn't enough to bait them, then this plus a little message will. He grinned as he carried Shadow Gear away like bags of potatoes. The conflict had started. Their little game didn't get any less childish, and he embarrassed himself with his own behavior. The curtain was slightly spread as the morning sun peeked into the room, and he could feel the kotatsu's back against him. When did you get these large jugs? Even if Naruto were to shape them on his own chest, he would never hear the end of it. Nevertheless, this was pleasant because he had little experience with women, and Kana was well aware of this because of last night. She didn't seem particularly interested in his background. She only inquired as to whether there was anything from home that he missed. My old team, separating the way we did wasn't great. I guess it's too late to say sorry. Yes, unfortunately it is. I doubt they would forgive me anyway. Shortly afterward, he recalled reaching his breaking point and gradually losing consciousness, feeling her start the situation they were in. He would eventually need to get up, but for the time being, he was simply too drunk to try to move. The apartment of Lucy with Gray attempting to read all of her notes for her novel. Natsu nearly setting the place on fire while he slept, and Urza searching through her drawer of underwear. Team Natsu had spent the night at the blonde celestial wizard's house. Lucy was, to put it mildly, exhausted. Urza looks out the window and remarks, "It seems nothing happened last night." Neji was wrong. She sighs, a little relieved that perhaps this won't turn violent. Natsu sulks while eating a cracker he discovered beneath Lucy's bed. Too bad. I really wanted to knock some Phantom Lord heads. Oh, my secret munchies. As Lucy watches the two boys devour every last scrap of food they can find, she yells, "If you pigs are hungry, let's go to the guild." Her foot stomps. Urza laughs a little, but she immediately recognizes a group of people gathered in the middle of the park. The worst had occurred. Sasuke and Naruto. So everyone was freaking out after the guild hall was attacked? As the two hurried towards Magnolia, Sasuke inquires. Naruto thought there might be a conflict, so they hurried back. However, it had been 3 days since Naruto left Magnolia, and they had not heard of any conflicts. Yeah, the guild hall is like Konoha for them, Naruto says, adding, though they hold the building itself as sacred. Naruto was initially upset when Pain destroyed the village, but after witnessing everyone work together to rebuild it, he realized that what matters most are the bonds that are formed within. He knew Sasuke felt the same way, and even if he abandoned the village, he never completely abandoned the bond he had with it and the people who called it home. Best be there in case. Sasuke remarks, "You make it sound like we couldn't handle this alone. There is no one that rivals us." He sighs, not wanting to acknowledge outright that he needed a challenge because he was worried about turning into Madara. Recalling Itachi's words, the blonde states, "It's not right to neglect comrades. Just because we can handle it doesn't mean we should." Naruto must concede when Sasuke says, "At the same time, endangering comrades to spare their feelings is also wrong. I guess we will have to wait and see." He hums softly. Naruto sighed and said, "Hopefully it ends peacefully." He was sick of war. For a lifetime, one was sufficient. Or, in his case, 2 lifetimes. The council. Crawford inquires, "So did your mission show any results?" Itachi has worked hard to win back the council's trust after his return from his renegade antics. For the time being, they had to operate under the council's rules since his current goal was to assist Naruto in creating a shinobi village in this world and running it similarly to how Konoha ought to have been run. Yes, out of the 3 major dark guilds only one is active right now, Oracion Cease, Itachi states as he watches them review his report. "For now I recommend caution. If you provoke them then they will use their control over their other dark guilds to cause trouble." Yamaji likes to test Itachi as his ideal successor on the council after he retires, so he asks, "So what would you suggest?" The young man demonstrated that he was a man who was born to lead people in a safer direction while also having the courage to make difficult decisions. Wait and observe. If they are indeed planning something big then it's likely they will consolidate their power in one place. Itachi says. I would also have the legal guilds fight Oracion Cease to build a rapport to prevent any disputes from happening. Crawford hums as he looks at the captain. We will take this under advisement. Unlike Yamaji, who had a natural mistrust of Itachi, the Uchiha had established a strong reputation among the Rune Knights and gained the respect of many guild masters in the Fury area in just 2 years. He needed to exercise caution because he had the ability to usurp his chairmanship. Ultir was quick to approach Itachi after the meeting ended because they hadn't spoken in a while. She was starting to suspect him because he had disregarded all of her advances. She remembered things that began with talking to him and ended with her gazing into space. Hooking his arm, she asks, Itachi, my dear, how about a little bite? You must be hungry after all that traveling? She hums. He breaks her hold and says, I have other plans. An enticing offer, however I must decline, before turning to leave. Say, Have you used your magic on me? Itachi was immediately stopped by her accusatory tone. What do you know? He asked. As the Tomo spins into his Mangekyu pattern, he turns around with his Sharingan activated and warns. I know everything about you, Ultier. Stay away from my friends or you'll get to know me. Her smirk disappears as her thought projection deactivates. Very well, I will relent for now, my dear Itachi, but you and your friends will see things my way, she says. It seems I may need to deal with her before I wanted to, he thinks. Magnolia 3 comrades were severely injured and hung up like trophies, which was terrible to witness. Urza tried to get the assembled crowd to disperse, but it was difficult when her voice revealed her rage. Lucy held onto Natsu as she fought back the tears, and Natsu snarled while clenching his fist. This is too far, Gray remarks, attempting to lower Levi without further injuring her. He had to exercise caution because the iron clamps holding her and the others up were tight. Master can't ignore this. As Makarov and the other guild members enter, the crowd erupts in applause. I will overlook our guild hall being damaged. I will ignore the chatter of our guild's reputation being tarnished, he says, glancing at his children's unconscious faces. But this will not go unanswered, he slams his staff. Neji holds Levi and says, her body temperature is low from being outside all night. He touches her skin and feels the chill that lingers there. Their wounds aren't as bad as they look, still we should get them inside, he says, using a gentle fist to get them down. Jet and Droy are caught by Natsu and Gray. Most of the guild stormed from Magnolia with the intention of thrashing Phantom Lord to pieces after bringing Shadow Gear to the infirmary. Neji and Lucy stayed behind to keep an eye on the guild in case Phantom tried anything and to let Naruto and Sasuke know what had happened when they returned. Lucy stayed behind because she wanted to be there for Levi when she woke up. Neji. Lucy whispers to the Hyuga, who appears to be deep in thought, or maybe he's just a strong, quiet person. Why didn't you go with the others? He asks, glancing at her. He explains, you should never let emotion influence you in battle. Everyone has run off with the goal of starting a war. Such a rash action will lead to a single outcome. Why? Well, my being there wouldn't change anything, he says simply, confusing her in the process. She stands up and says, all right, I'm going to go get a book to read to Levi. Would you like anything? He shakes his head. He narrows his eyes and says, no thank you, as he watches her go. He didn't want to startle her because he knew she was being targeted. Lucy looked up as it began to rain on her way home. Funny, where did these clouds come from? She asked herself as she continued to walk. The woman with the blue hair and all blue outfit says, hello Lucy Hartfilia, I am Juvia Loxer, member of Phantom Lord's Element 4. Lucy turns to see the woman. Before she can get her keys, a water sphere engulfs her. You're with the guild that attacked Levi and the others, she exclaims. Without showing any emotion, Juvia says, sorry, but I can't let you fight back. Lucy covers her mouth in a last-ditch effort to resist. Nevertheless, she faints gradually and is thudded to the ground. A spooky-looking man with green hair and a brown suit rises from the ground and says, Juvia, you are as cold as ever. He resembles dirt with grass on top of his head. Both of their eyes enlarge as Neji lands between them, his Byakugan activated, adopting the stance. I just wanted to end this quickly. Soon the fairy tale members who attacked the guild hall will return and we need to be gone before then, he says. He says, you should observe your surroundings before beginning your assault, as he walks over to check on Lucy. Hake Rokuhuion Sho hits them both with 32 consecutive strikes before they can react, flooring them both. Juvia uttered the words, I can't move, because she was having trouble keeping her form and was experiencing severe pain that had already made Saul faint. I have sealed the points in your body which allow you to access your magic. Neji continues to surprise her. If I wanted I could have sealed all your pressure points, resulting in you going into cardiac arrest from the shock. He says while kneeling down. What is it your guild want with Lucy? He inquires. Answer me. He says as he presses his finger into her shoulder, causing her to look away and reverse the flow of magic inside her. Before going dark, Juvia gives a feeble, her father hired us to bring her home, statement. As their bodies go limp, he sighs and reverses his actions, asking, now, what do I do with all of you? Lord Phantom, one of the Phantom Guild members, jokes with his friends. Those fairy tale losers are probably running scared to the council because they are so afraid of what we would do to them. I mean, how are they our rivals? They are so weak, they all chuckle. As the Iron Dragon Slayer peers down at them from the building's rafters, one person exclaims, "Yeah man. I would have loved to see what their faces were like when they found those losers Gajeel took out. They're fools if they think they can mess with the #1 guild," he exclaims, to the cheers of the others. He looks down at his guild mates and thinks, bunch of loud-mouthed weaklings. The Iron Dragon didn't care about them at all. To him, they were cannon fodder for when those doors were kicked in. Everything was proceeding as Master Jose had planned, and he knew it was coming. Soon I'll have some real competition, he says with a savage smile, trembling with excitement. Natsu, who was the one who destroyed the guild's front door, stands in front of his fairy tale comrades with his fist covered in dirt as the dust cloud disappears and the guild's front door explodes, shocking the Phantom Guild underlings. Makarov yells, "Get ready! Fairy Tale has come for blood," and the two guilds rush at each other, with Fairy Tale easily defeating them. With minimal effort, Urza, Gray, and Natsu defeated 10 members each with ease, and Happy even used Fish to defeat 1 member. As he is surrounded by Phantom Guild members, Makarov yells, "Jose! Show yourself!" They yell, "Let's get the little guy," and Makarov uses Titan magic to grow to enormous size, his eyes glowing a deep yellow. One of the Phantom Guild yells, "This guy is a monster." "Yes, and you lay your hands on this monster's children," Makarov yells in a deep, resonant voice, knocking them all away and making them shrink back down. "Urza, I'm going after Jose. You lead the assault down here," he commands, and the Scarlet Knight nods. Urza draws 2 swords and sends Natsu and Gray in separate directions, asking, "Where are Gajeel and the Elemental 4? This is too easy," she thinks, wondering where all their big hitters were. She had considered waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to return because they would have had an advantage due to their strength if Gajeel and the Element 4 had been present. When Makarov went upstairs, Gajeel leapt from the rafters and yelled, "Iron Dragon's Club." He then yelled, striking Nab and several members of his own guild. When Elfman confronts him, he grins and says, "You fairies are pathetic. Looking to tumble, big guy?" he asks, turning his leg into the same type of iron pillar that was used to damage the guild hall. "Iron Dragon's Club," he exclaims. He declares, "I'm a real man," after he catches Gajeel's Iron Club leg in his stone arm that has changed. Gajeel grinned and said, "Well, real man, what about this?" as numerous phantom wizards were struck by tiny clubs that sprang from the big one. He smirked as he heard Elfman ask, "Why attack them? They are a part of your guild." "Because I knew it would distract you," he said, turning his hand into an iron pillar and driving Elfman away. Using Elfman as a springboard, Natsu punched Gajeel as he fell backwards. "Elfman, leave this guy to me," Natsu said. "Fine, but only because you sounded so manly." Elfman then fled to fight someone else. Natsu identifies himself as Fairy Tale's Dragon Slayer. "I'm Natsu Dragneel." With a Jin, Gajeel declares, "This should be fun." The two then launch an attack using their Dragon Slayer magic, inspiring the audience with their strength. Gajeel asks that the best mighty salamander of Fairy Tale can do. He fires an Iron Club fist, which Natsu catches and heats up, causing smoke to form. Impressive, Gajeel smirks, glancing at the mark on the back of his glove. Covered hand. "That actually burned me a little," he says. Natsu says, "There's more where that came from," but Makarov appears out of nowhere, looking pale and depleted of all his magic. Urza screams, "Master!" as the Fairy Tale wizards are encircled by Phantom. My magic," is said sickly by the wizard saint, and Urza growls, "Retreat," to the dismay of her fellow guild members. The Phantom Guild roars triumphantly, "Where are you going, you Fairy Tale losers? You aren't so tough." They all go silent as Gajeel yells at them, "What are you cannon fodder cheering for, huh? All you were sheep meant to thin the herd and you couldn't even defeat a single member of Fairy Tale despite having a numbers advantage." He goes upstairs and calls out, "Master Jose?" as his master's thought projection appears. Well, the plan failed. Juvia and Saul were defeated by a Fairy Tale member. Jose says, "Now he knows what our goal was from the start, no choice but a direct assault on Magnolia. With Makarov down, they don't have anyone who can compete with me. So long as you handle Urza Scarlet, then we should have no problem taking Lucy Heartfilia. With two formidable opponents in Magnolia awaiting him, Gajeel smiled and said, "Sounds like this could get interesting." Time to hunt Magnolia. In the hopes that Makarov would help their master regain his strength, Team Natsu had brought her to Porlyuzica. However, the healer clarified that even if she did, it wouldn't be before Phantom attacked again, so they were on their own. Or so they believed. They were welcomed to the guild by Naruto and Sasuke, who were being briefed by Neji about what had transpired during their absence. Sasuke had only one thing to say to the guild after the Hyuga told everyone about Lucy's abduction attempt. The entire guild, with the exception of Naruto and Neji, goes pale as he chastises them, saying, "You are all a bunch of reckless idiots. Honestly, did you not think for 1 second that they were baiting you into attacking them?" he asks. "But the attacked Levi, Jet, and Droy," yells Natsu, but the enraged Uchiha glares him into submission. "It was a matter of pride," he adds more subtly. Sasuke sighs and turns to face Lucy, saying, "You blonde-haired girl." She cries. Under his eyes. "Where does your father live?" he asks. Pride is the death of common sense, it seems. As he looks toward the exit, she nervously adds, "Why? Heartfilia Manor, it's quite far from here." As the guild collapses dramatically, he says simply, "He has caused all this. Seems only fair that he pays for the guild to be renovated." His tone and body language imply that he intended to physically harm Lucy's father. Sitting on a bar stool, Naruto remarks, "In any case, it's likely that Phantom Lord will attack again. Any information would be nice, guys," he says, turning to face Mira, who seemed to know everything. It's believed that Phantom Lord's main guild hall is actually a moving fortress. They have 5 S-class ranked wizards including a dragon slayer like Natsu. Mira begins. The Element 4 are the other S-ranked wizards. 2 of which are in the cellar downstairs. Neji continues, besides their main guild, there is also 100 smaller guilds spread out around the country. Urza folds her arms and says, "A wizard saint like Master Makarov is their guild master at the top. We need a strategy to deal with him." Sasuke nods in agreement as Naruto approaches him and says, "She's right, Teme. On 3? Sasuke nods once more. 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors. Paper covers rock. I take the master, smirks Sasuke. Shit. Why'd I always pick rock? Naruto growls in frustration as he sits down, while everyone else gapes at the two, with the exception of Neji, who has distanced himself from his teammates to avoid the humiliation. Urza, who was shocked and incensed at the thought of them treating Master Jose lightly after he defeated Master Makarov, exclaims, you can't be serious." Sasuke merely turns back to Naruto and says, "Then those people shouldn't get involved. Send a clone to the old man, maybe you can help," he says. Naruto smiles and calls forth a clone that takes off, saying, "Yeah, I'll give him some of my magic, and he should be on his feet in no time." "Where are these phantom members?" he asks. "Teme, see what you can get from them." Gray folds his arms and says, "They don't seem inclined to share." As he follows Naruto and Team Natsu down the stairs, Sasuke declares, "Their compliance is unnecessary." When they emerge from the cell, Saul and Juvia give them defiant glances. Sharingan. Both of their eyes go blank, and they start talking in unison in a monologue about how their fortress works and how they are connected to its magic. The names of the remaining members of Element 4 and their contingency plan in case Lucy is not found. So their fortress can comb by the ocean. Sasuke remarks, analyzing what he also took from their minds, after they had finished and passed out. According to what he could see, Jose was jealous of all the strong wizards joining Fairy Tail over his guild and harbored resentment toward Makarov for defeating him in a recent duel. As he and Natsu dash up, followed by Lucy and Naruto, Gray remarks, "We should be getting ready for their next attack." She asks, "Sasuke, do you really think you can handle the power of Master Jose?" His assurance was comforting, but she didn't see him as a wizard saint. Although she had seen nothing to support her belief that he was so much stronger than her, his skill was undeniable. He asks with a confident little smirk, "Even if there's a chance that I'm not, I'll have you there to back me up, right?" She wasn't sure why, but that smirk made her feel less nervous and worried. You're right. They all hurried to the cliff behind the guild as the ground started to tremble and they realized it was definitely Phantom Lord. When the Phantom Lord main guild arrives with enormous mechanical legs that resemble spiders, the members of Fairy Tail watch in wonder. To be able to cross a large body of water, and still be so high up, Urza says, her voice growing worried again. There is a strong signature of magic being absorbed into the center of the building, she adds. Master Jose calls out to them over an intercom, Fairy Tail scum, to make sure they hear his evil laugh. Are you prepared to hand Lucy Heartfilia over or face certain annihilation? He asks. Sasuke moves ahead of the others and asks, so, this is the Wizard Saint? He then activates his Sharingan and Rinnegan and adds, I expected more, honestly I'm disappointed. As a huge cannon appears, startling some of the members who were not aware of its power, he snarls, shut your mouth insolent brat. Hand over Lucy or I will lay waste to Magnolia. He commands. Jose chuckles while the Jupiter cannon shoots a purple beam. Attack the town and the Magic Council will be all over you, and you'll lose everything, Kana says. To everyone's surprise and horror, he proclaims, they'll fear me after today, I'm the strongest wizard. Master of Phantom Lord, the mightiest guild. And this is what happens to our enemies, as the cannon fires. A sphere of wind destroys the powerful blast, and Sasuke leaps to his feet as his fringe flips over to reveal his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensai. The Fairy Tail Guild and Jose watch in disbelief. He cuts through the barrel of the Chidori Iso before landing, saying, there, that should take care of the cannon. Amazing. Lucy exclaims in amazement. Everyone agrees, but they are too shocked to acknowledge it. As the fortress transforms into a humanoid form, the guild master yells, you cocky bastard, I'll teach you a lesson. What happens when you underestimate Jose and Phantom? Jose exclaims, laughing uncontrollably. This guild hall also factions as a giant robot mage. As their eyes widen and he declares, it even knows a spell, as the outer layer of the Forbidden Cell's magic circle is formed. As the rest of the guild gets ready to attack, Urza growls and draws a sword, explaining, that's Abyss Break. A spell that size will really destroy Magnolia. We'll have to disable that monstrosity before it finishes the incantation, she says. From his throne, Jose yells, try all you like Fairy Tail scum. I'll wipe you and this town out of existence. Don't worry, Naruto says with a smile as he advances. I have just the technique, he says, bringing up his chakra mode. The members watched intently, but they were unable to witness the full extent of Naruto's magic. Senpo. Yoton Rasen Shuriken, he says, opening his palm, I'll use the power you gave me, son. With a lava-shaped nucleus encircled by a wind that was releasing steam, Lisana remarks, shielding her eyes from the brightness, it's like a mini sun. The magic circle disappears, the Meet Super Mage Giant Phantom MK2 is totally neutralized in a single blast, and Naruto throws the jutsu up at the right arm, completely separating it and sending it falling into the sea below. Mira thinks, impossible, how can they be this strong, as the two dash forward to get ready for their counterattack. Now that she could say it with certainty, Urza glanced at the backs of their heads. Not only were their new guild members strong, but they were monsters. As Naruto and Sasuke leapt nearly 40 feet into the air to get the nearly 100 yards required to board the damaged mech, Fairy Tail watched. Sasuke started running up the exterior wall as Naruto entered through a window. Urza looks at the raven-haired man as he climbs the structure and wonders, what are the limits of his capabilities? Looks like we'll have to deal with these things, she remarks, drawing a sword as hundreds of phantoms erupted from the structure's summit as he was doing so. Neji starts using an air palm to destroy a phantom. Back them up, he says, and she nods. No, we will deal with this. As strong as those two are, they will get reckless. Natsu punches his palm and says, I'm coming too, I have a score to settle with Gajeel. The red dot and pink-haired pair leaps up, and Urza switches into her black wing armor, which she uses to carry Natsu over. She heard the Dragon Slayer acknowledge her, but she kept flying up to catch Sasuke, saying, be careful, Natsu. She asked, why is he so annoying to look at? Because he always had the same expression on his face when they spoke. As Naruto continued to erode its foundation in an attempt to neutralize it entirely, the structure shook from below. So efficient, they work like a well oiled machine despite how much they bicker. When she reached the top where Sasuke had gone, she saw the Uchiha and the Master of Phantom Lord facing off. "I've met your brother, he is quite a young man," Jose says to remain vigilant. "I bet if I fail and end up losing my place in the Wizard Saints he'll be the likely choice." With his Sharingan blazing and his visible eye turning red, Sasuke declares, "Itachi and I share the notion that titles hold zero validation when it comes to establishing who is strong. You hold on to this title in some vain attempt to prove your strength. You have none," he says icily as the older man growls. "Impudent brat, the Wizard Saints is bigger than anything you could comprehend. To be counted among them is to be recognized as someone of strength, importance, and enables you to access the deepest libraries of the council." Jose scolds the person who insulted his title. He was unaware that he had provided Sasuke with some important information. As a tremendous force of magical power erupts from the wizard, who starts to lobbing spells at the Uchiha, who easily avoids them, Sasuke remarks, "I see. Then perhaps I will take your place after I beat you." As he hurled a flurry of dark spells at him, Jose yelled, "I've heard enough from you, boy. Fairy tale wizards are nothing but arrogant upstart fools." He then shot towards the wall Sasuke was running up. To the annoyance of his older opponent, Sasuke leaps over the attack and lands on his feet. "This fight's already over, Jose. You are just seeing it unfold now," the Uchiha declares confidently. He smirks and attacks Urza, who had dropped her defenses while watching the battle from the window she climbed through. "Is that so?" he asks. "Requip." She cries as she tries to put on her armor, but nothing happens. "I can't feel my magic," she says, her eyes widening as she gets ready for the explosion. She is shocked to see Sasuke thwarting the attack when the blast occurs. Sasuke scoffs and pushes the attack away, saying, "Like I couldn't predict such a tactic." Death Wave. Just before being engulfed in the attack, Sasuke pushes Urza away. "Sasuke." She watches in horror as Jose laughs. He grins and looks at Urza, saying, "So much for him. Now let's see what you can do, Titania," he says. Before he can move, though, the room erupts as a blue light pierces Jose's shoulder. Jose looks back and sees an uninjured Sasuke staring at him with a single red, glowing eye. "Your instincts must be dull if you couldn't sense the illusion I cast on you when we started," he says. "Arrogance blinds all, even those boasting to be the strongest." As Sasuke deactivates his spear, Jose remarks, "Clever, I never expected someone so have such powerful illusion magic." The Wizard Saint drops to his knees, smirking. "I agree with your logic. Arrogance blinds all." The wound was already sealed because the attack had cauterized it. Before he could respond, he heard a battle raging outside. The two rushed to the window to witness a massive purple monster that resembled a jellyfish destroying the guild hall as its members fought valiantly to preserve their cherished structure. "Fairy tale will fall no matter how hard you try," Jose laughed. The guild fell, but no one was hurt, and Naruto's brief victory was cut short by a roar. A golden nine-tailed fox surrounded him as he landed on the hill, snatching the purple monster. "Wrap this up, Sasuke." Naruto yells up to him as he effortlessly rips the monster in half. Before rising, Jose lands on his ass. "Well, I'll still take you," he exclaims, his eyes widening as Sasuke sheaths his sword and emerges behind the Wizard Saint. Blood spurts from his mouth at the clink sound. He turns to Urza, who appears to be at a loss for words, and sighs, "Naruto went and spoiled the whole thing." He picks up the unconscious Jose and says, "Urza, let's go," before leaping out the window. After an hour Master Jose was being treated for the wound Sasuke gave him as a parting gift, a scar that would act as a reminder. Gajeel had escaped when the attempt to capture Lucy failed, and Naruto swiftly subdued the members inside the fortress. Whenever you think about seeking vengeance on Fairy Tail, remember this wound. Remember that my eyes will always find you. The final remarks from Itachi, who had been dispatched by the council to resolve the matter, and Uchiha, who was now examining the fortress's remnants with Naruto. "You ended it with little harm. 2 guild halls have fallen, but Phantom Lord will likely face the brunt of the punishment." Itachi responds to the two. "And officially, of course. Anyway, this building's core is still active, so the council will likely want to seize it." As he approaches the ledge, Sasuke declares bluntly, "It's ours. Magic and chakra have similar properties. so I can use my Rinnegan to turn the power of this pile of trash into something useful. Naruto grins slightly, but it disappears when Sasuke's sly grin appears. Yo Sasuke, I don't think we should antagonize the council. Let's keep playing the field for now, don't want to show our hands so soon, Naruto says. He pauses, turning his head to reveal his Rinnegan, and says, they're welcome to have it. If they can reach it, he concludes, facing the debris and putting his hands together. Chibaku Tensai. Fairy tale crossing his arms, still recuperating from having his magic sapped, Makarov utters, I still can't believe Sasuke and Naruto overwhelmed Phantom Lord by themselves. Because Naruto's clone gave him power, he was able to get up and felt 20 years younger. It was amazing, master. Sasuke was able to neutralize their cannon with ease, Mirajane says. Then Naruto was able to create a sphere of lava from his palm and disabled the mech instantly. She continues she was aware of their strength, but they were probably on par with the Wizard Saints because they were stronger than S-Class. Natsu sulks at being overshadowed and exclaims, hey, I chased off Gajeel. Can't believe they stole all the fun, he says angrily before storming off. Next time I see those guys, I'll beat them both. He asks, Urza, tell me, how strong are they really? They were both boys, younger than his grandson, but it's obvious that they have a troubled past that has molded and empowered them. They are stronger than any wizard I've met, she says as his eyes widen. Sasuke used Jose, a wizard saint, as a means to gauge the strength of what the council considers strong. He didn't fight Jose seriously and won without taking a hit. When he says, they are remarkable boys, we should work too. An earthquake interrupts him. The noise outside gave the impression that it was happening. The town was shrouded in a shadow, and it wasn't until everyone was outside that they realized what was causing the fear on their faces. Caused by a massive meteor that formed from the Phantom Guild Hall's debris. Except for Urza, who knew who was causing the disturbance, everyone rushed to find out. The overwhelming power she had tasted earlier was thick in the wind like broth, and she could feel his aura in the wind. The energy in her legs was zapped away, and she collapsed to her knees. She digs her fingers into the ground and says, I must have looked like an idiot challenging him every time I saw him. He was wasting his time. I'm not even on his radar. After 2 weeks, Makarov shouted at the uninterested Uchiha, bring it back. The council had been pleading with him for days to get Sasuke to return the power source, which he had essentially launched into space as a massive meteor. A wizard as young as Sasuke's ability to defeat a wizard saint and create a meteor caused quite a stir among the council and the media, which is probably what Sasuke wanted. It further elevated Fairy Tail's profile. Makarov knew that in order to ensure that Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji posed no threat, the council would be spying on them. I'm not a threat unless you give me a reason to be, Sasuke probably said when he created the meteor. 2 days later, the council stopped spying, which was a smart move. From the bench where he was reading a magazine, Sasuke states, it's not something I can do. The technique is quite taxing, so I'm still recovering. Naruto and his clones were useful because they had energy for days, and the other guild members had started building a new guild hall. Urza lost herself in assisting with construction. She hadn't even given Sasuke a glance since the entire incident. She was too preoccupied with ensuring that everyone cooperated and that there were no fights to consider anything else. Sasuke has them all convinced he's too tired to help, Naruto said, wiping his brow to remove the perspiration. Wearing only an orange vest and cargo shorts, he looked at his comrade, who winked at him from the shade while sipping his drink. That bastard, he growled. As she hands him a mug of ale, he hears Mirajane call out to him, here. You've been working really hard, so you should take a break, she says with a smile. Unlike Urza, she was already aware of their new member's strength, so witnessing it firsthand hadn't affected her. In fact, having strong wizards near her siblings after her magic was gone gave her a sense of relief. Ah, thank you, he said with a smile after taking a mouthful of the alcoholic beverage, but to everyone's surprise, he passed out from intoxication. As Sasuke approaches and pulls the hiccuping blonde to the shade, Gray exclaims, W. Wow, so weak. I guess everyone has their weaknesses, he says. Sasuke sighs and places the blonde on a bench. Idiot, you know you can't handle your drink. The blonde mumbles back that Sasuke is a emo douche, which makes Sasuke snicker a little. Usura Tonkachi. Sasuke noticed something strange and asked, "Where's Neji?" Blinds were closed and lights were dim in Neji's house, and a trail of clothes led to the bedroom where Neji lay next to a panting Kana who was staring at the roof with a distressed expression. She looks at him and says, I didn't think you'd be so carefree when it came to physical interaction." His eyes had a glow to them, almost as if he could see even better in the dark. She had to admit that she truly liked them, like two enormous pearls. The bed trembles beneath them as Kana sits up. "Now I'm here. I feel like the world has opened up to numerous possibilities," he says. "Before I came to this continent I was always following the rules of my clan. Tradition is key, and I followed it like it was what shaped the world." With a hint of teasing in her voice, she asks, "Oh, and am I just one of these possibilities?" She wasn't bothered by the possibility that this would be a one-time affair. At least she was 90% okay with it, but the thought of him seeing other women made her uncomfortable. She liked being around him and felt a connection with him even though she didn't know him well. "No, I've left many things from my old life behind, but I would never act inappropriate with just anyone," he replies. "It's not how I was raised." "Good." Itachi with Ultier siding against the man she was pinning for, Crawford says, "Itachi, surely there is something you can do to retrieve the power source from your brother." The others concur. Itachi calmly remarks, "I have no power over Sasuke, he is his own man, and his power far succeeds mine." Orochimaru had helped Sasuke become stronger during their most recent battle, and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had helped him become even stronger during their joint battle to defeat Kabuto. With the Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths chakra inside of him, Sasuke had now attained a level that no one else dared to reach. "You claimed that you and the others meant no harm to this nation," Crawford responds. "Withholding this does him no favors." The cowardly Michello gulps nervously. "We have been here over 2 years. I have done nothing to warrant having my private quarters searched and personal letters read." He looks at Ultier. "I would assume the others have fallen victim to this treatment," and he looks at their faces to gather the necessary evidence. "How can we possibly trust you, if you cannot trust us?" he asks. "We truly do not mean this nation any harm, however." He pauses as the tension builds. Seeing Itachi smirk, Yamaji adds, "You are right, Itachi. However, the council cannot ignore what Sasuke has done." "Am I to believe you would side with him should this escalate?" he asks. He pauses and activates his Mangekyo Sharingan, saying, "You should understand, there is nothing I won't do to protect my little brother." The threat was obvious, and the darkness in his voice demonstrated that Itachi was serious. He also said that a single power core isn't worth upsetting so many strong wizards. "Just answer me this, Itachi, is Sasuke dangerous?" Yamaji inquires. He turns to go so they won't see the guilt in his eyes. "Unlike me or Naruto, the idea of loyalty is lost on Sasuke," Itachi says. "As long as you don't give him reason to be your enemy, he has no interest in you or this nation at all. All because of me." After 2 days the bell at the top of the new guild hall appeared absurd, but Makarov claimed it was a significant artifact from the guild's inception. In addition to a swimming pool for the guild's leisure, there was now a gift shop and a cafe outside for visitors to unwind in. At this point, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji were watching a scene between S-class members when a blonde man named Laxus casually entered the cafe's lounge area. The man claimed to be Fairy Tail's heir and was Makarov's grandson. Urza, on the other side, was shouting at him for allegedly ignoring their request for assistance following the failure of the Phantom invasion. It was evident that the man wasn't merely talking when Neji said, "He's stronger than her." Aside from the guildmaster, he was by far the strongest member they had met. "I wonder how the hierarchy works. Does the old man choose anyone?" they asked. Sasuke asks, "Does it matter?" Neji nods somewhat in agreement. "I mean, it's irrelevant to us what happens to Fairy Tail since we plan to build our own town and guild," he says. Naruto stands up and declares, "But for the time being, this place is our home. And now we've actually built the damn guild ourselves," he adds, ignoring the other two as they attempt to stop him. "Once I take over this guild there will be some major changes," Laxus continues. "For starters I'll be sure to get rid of the cafe. This is a guild, not a tourist stop." He sees Naruto approaching. "You must be Naruto. Another wandering loser my granddad let join. Senile old man will accept just anybody." Naruto smirks as Laxus growls, "We can't choose our family." Laxus laughs in agreement, adding, "I mean, It must be embarrassing for Makarov to have an entitled spineless coward for a grandson. His sentence is interrupted when Naruto punches him hard in the stomach, sending him flying into the wall and frightening everyone. "What did you say, you little?" he exclaims. Naruto growls, his eyes glowing red with rage. "Do you know how lucky you are to have people who care about you? Regardless of how much you hurt them, they still accept you back." Makarov clears his throat as Laxus gets to his feet, poised to strike. The master, who was interested in how his grandson would compare to Naruto, states, "I don't mind the occasional rough housing, but I think that's enough." He had heard that the young man with the blue eyes was the strongest of the other dimension travelers. Laxus dismisses himself and points to Naruto, saying, "Next time you won't get off so lucky," before disappearing. Naruto turns to face the frowning Urza. As his eyes return to normal, she says, "You shouldn't let him antagonize you like that." So, all three have eye magic. Naruto's felt more primal, like a wild animal, she muses. "Some people only respond to one thing, Urza," says Naruto. "If you let him say whatever he wants, then he won't respect anything. You are both S-class, right? Sure doesn't treat you like his equal." "I don't care how he sees me," Urza replies by saying, "I just don't want to give him the satisfaction of believing I care about his opinion." "I mean, that's why you didn't attack him like the Dobi," Sasuke says from his seat as the red-headed man turns to face him. "You do care that he's stronger than you though," he adds, getting to his feet. "Because if he countered and knocked you out, then it would have shown who was superior." Makarov sighs, "Enough. Honestly, you guys will put me in a mental hospital," he says, sipping his drink. "Go home, no jobs for anyone, you need time to unwind," he adds. Naruto turns to face Sasuke and Neji and says, "Well, I'm heading to get some ramen. You guys in?" he asks, grinning as Neji gets up. "Teme, don't just go home and do nothing," he cries as Sasuke departs. As the blonde yells behind him in an attempt to get the others' attention, the Uchiha smirks and says, "I'll see you later, Neji, Dobi." "Ass," Naruto snarls as Mirajane taps his shoulder, and he turns to see the Stratus sisters' large blue eyes fixed on him. Lisana asks quite sweetly, "Treat us to some ramen?" Mira adds sweetly, "I could use a treat after working all day." Naruto sags in defeat, unable to turn them away. "Fine," he says, while the two give him a high five. "Neji, you have your own money, right?" the blonde asks tearfully. They were keeping the relationship a secret for the time being, at least until they worked it out for themselves. "Yeah," the Hyuga exclaims, "I take it you're coming too?" before turning to Kana. "I mean, that's why you're sticking close to us, right?" he continues. As the three girls move ahead of the boys, Kana cheers, "Sure thing, I could go for some sake." "Come on ladies, let's get a good booth," she says, to the cheers of the other two. The blonde asks, the brunette nods, and the blonde starts to cry. Naruto remarks, "This is getting dearer by the minute. She's that crazy drinker, right? Does she expect us to pay her tab?" After a while once more, Sasuke appeared before the council, but this time they required his assistance. Crawford nods, "So you need me to investigate this tower?" "Why?" he asks. "Cultists of the Black Wizard Zareth used this tower a long time ago." Yamaji starts, with the ambition of resurrecting their idol. He stops, glancing at the empty space where Seagrain would typically be, because since this was associated with him, they decided he had better not be involved. He asks, "Any leads?" And Crawford pulls out a folder, most of which is blacked out except for a few cult survivors who are currently on the run and potential sites for the old tower. "Do I have a deadline or can I track this as I travel?" he inquires. Sasuke sighs and seals the folder away in a scroll after Yamaji remarks, "This case has been cold for years, but we have reason to believe it could become a problem later and your brother has boasted your ability to uncover the truth." "Very well," Sasuke replies, "I will find these men for you." He then walks away, saying without glancing at them, "But there is something you could do for me. While we are on the subject of my brother." They couldn't deny that being under investigation for 2 years didn't bother them, but it would cause more trouble for them all, so Naruto and Neji had accompanied Sasuke this time to make sure their comrade didn't start anything. The blonde unclasps his hands and sighs, "Praying won't work, Naruto. Besides, we would have heard the commotion if something happened," he adds as the door opens. Naruto swiftly grabs Sasuke by the collar as he leaves. The blonde screams, "Teme! You better not have been causing more trouble for the rest of us," as Sasuke shoves him aside. The Uchiha growls, "Quiet." "No," he replies, "but it looks like they wanted my assistance. I'll tell you more later, let's go find Itachi." Neji tells them, "You can continue. I have my own quest to finish here," which confuses them, but the Hyuga disappears before Naruto can ask any questions. They had slept together a few times, and despite his best efforts to hide it, it bothered him that he had allowed it to come to such a casual fling. However, Neji refused to acknowledge that he had come along only to buy cane alcohol from the capital. "I hope this doesn't come off as tacky." He believes that disappearing like only a ninja can, which terrifies some guards, but he never intended to change who he was in order to live free from the Hyuga clan's restrictions. Itachi was quickly located by Naruto and Sasuke, and much to Naruto's chagrin, he had to wait outside. As Sasuke seals the reports back into scrolls, Itachi remarks, "So they gave you this mission, huh?" glancing at the report. "It's been cold 8 years now apparently," he adds. Sasuke asks, "Do you have any trail I could follow?" He suspects that Itachi has already unearthed some of the information the council was concealing to defend themselves. "Yeah, the Dark Guild known as the Oracion Cease are all former slaves, plucked by the defunct Bureau of Magical Development," Itachi states. One of their top scientists went rouge and is rumored to be the guild master of the Dark Guild. He continues. "Ah, thanks," is how Sasuke responds, given that this was sufficient information. Finding the Dark Guild and determining a location from their memory would be his next course of action. "Anything else?" he asks. Sasuke sighs as Itachi explains. A former member of Fairy Tail was a slave as well. He died on the tower. He wanted to keep the guild out of the situation, but it seems like he was powerless to do so. Seemingly at a loss for words, the younger brother attempts to strike up a conversation by asking, "Thanks. Anything new with you?" When the younger Uchiha shook his head and said, "Never mind, I'll let you know if I find something," Sasuke turned to go, and Itachi could only smile at his cool demeanor temporarily unraveling. Itachi gently says, "Take care, Sasuke." Although they might never reunite as children, this world offered them the opportunity to form new bonds rather than continue where they left off. Forged in Naruto's village, a common objective. For the wizards of Fairy Tail, things had gotten back to normal over the course of the following 2 weeks. Although many guild members believe Sasuke's approval of their request was the real reason for the Rune Knights' withdrawal, the council had sent their knights back to the base in the belief that the violence was finally over. As a result, everyone went back to their regular schedules. Team Natsu was currently recuperating from a mission in which Natsu had once again gone overboard and cost them a significant portion of the reward money. Since learning about Sasuke's work for the council, Urza had been avoiding him because she didn't want to talk about it ever again. Even if telling him would help him in his career, she couldn't and wouldn't risk it because anything he learned would be linked to her. Naruto was also occupied. He had started researching the history and foundation of the town. They should be aware of the nation's land, claim laws and regulations if they intended to establish their own village. Neji was also putting a lot of effort into his personal and professional lives. In addition to the fact that they didn't feel the need to disclose their personal lives to the guild, he and Kana made the decision to keep their relationship a secret because it was primarily physical at the moment and they weren't sure how long it would last. It might just be a passing fling. Naruto will be the first to acknowledge that he has never been good at studying, but in order to fulfill his dream of creating a secret village in this world, he would need to become well versed in the politics and economics of this world outside of the guilds. He was bored just reading this, but he thinks, this crap is so long, they could have used pictures or something. His eyes briefly enlarge as he hears Lisanna say, "An introduction to Fury policies?" He didn't feel her presence at all. "Why are you reading that?" she asks. He chuckles and says, "Hey, there's no point keeping it a secret." He smiles and says, "I want to found my town." He could tell she was taken aback by this statement. "This stays between us." He pauses, then pretends to be sincere. "Our country is gone and there aren't many of us left, so I want to create a home for us all," he says. "I had no idea, but it makes sense. You, Sasuke and Neji all seem different in how you fight and talk." Lisanna acknowledges. "But why keep it secret?" she inquires. "It's not something we need to be reminded of. We lost almost everything," he grimly replies. but I know there are more of my countrymen and women out there. This village will be a beacon for them," says he. Lee Sana grinned and said, "That's really cool, I hope you succeed." "I will." Mira Jane had been listening in nearby, hearing the blonde's words. He was an oddball, and she couldn't understand why he would dedicate his dream to strangers. She struggled to open up after the way she and her siblings were treated in her hometown, and it took her some time to get used to fairy tale. "Maybe having them around will be more interesting than I thought," she said with a small smile. Neji, as she stood across from her lover, Kana gasped. She had asked Spar to get better today, and she had to acknowledge that his reflexes were unnatural. He can deflect lighting. What the hell is he? She believes that if she hadn't been having sex with him herself, she would have assumed he liked men. She even tried her female card trick, but it didn't work. "You're thinking too much on your next attack," Neji tells her. "Throwing attacks one after the other will only exhaust you," he replies. She claims, "I've been at this for a while, I know how to use my magic," as she lifts a card from her deck. However, before she can react, Neji in front of her launches an air attack that blasts the card out of her hand, forcing her to step back and trip over herself. As Neji wraps his arm around her waist to grab her, she yells, "Woo-ah." "Okay," she confesses, "I could use some pointers." "Anytime you want them," is all he says with a smile. Sasuke. Sasuke followed a lead on this tower of heaven through a forest, but gathering information was challenging given how long it had been since the tower's alleged destruction. Urza's aura suggested that it would be best for him to remain in the dark, but he had his doubts that he wasn't being told everything. As a result, he had to go from site to site of Zarif cultist attacks, with some still smelling of blood. He pondered the ethics of zealots who were fixated on the might and power of myths. The Sannin, a scientist who was obsessed with solving the mystery of life and thought the Uchiha bloodline held the key, recalled his time spent training under Orochimaru. This had such an impact on Kabuto that he couldn't let go of Orochimaru after his passing, until Itachi, of course. Why do they choose to use children instead of adults? Is slave labor not the only thing in mind? As he moves past the remains of a burned-out door, he ponders. He could sense the hatred left behind, the souls that would remain unpunished, the small but loving family that once called this house home. When he was a child, he felt this every time he went into the Uchiha compound because the stains on the wall showed that someone was attempting to protect someone. He hoped they were successful, but he wasn't so naive as to believe that people would be so understanding. He draws his sword in response to a noise behind him and spins around, surprised to see a young purple-haired girl holding her own sword instead of an attacker, a villager, or even an adult. "Who are you?" he asks. "You first," she says, startling him as she moves forward. Despite her confidence, Sasuke could tell she was afraid. "Uchiha Sasuke," he says, sheathing his sword. She was holding on to the sword for dear life, her clothes were ragged rags, and it appeared as though she hadn't eaten or slept properly in days. "Kagura Mikazuchi," she responds, inhaling. He wasn't a threat because she was too weak to fight another battle, but he wasn't going to attack her just yet because he had sheathed his weapon. "Do you know what happened here?" she asks. He turns around and says, "Cultists attacked a little over a month ago. Those that escaped have taken refuge in a nearby city," he continues. He has observed a pattern in these attacks. They all occur on small settlements with little security, which was a clever and hassle-free way to gather slaves. "I see," she says. "Which way to this city?" she asks, observing him carefully as he pockets the frame he picked up. Before she could deny the notion, her stomach betrays her by growling loudly, causing her to flush and nod. "I have business there so we can go together," he says. "You can tell me why you're looking for cultists over lunch." Urza, after completing her work, she wiped her brow. It had been a while since she had embarked on an S-class quest, but it was exactly what she needed to distract herself from the recent events. She realized that Sasuke was farther away from her than she had thought, and that he had easily defeated Master Jose. She needed to mature. It didn't help that he was also searching for the Tower of Heaven, and if he found it, she wondered how Jelal would react. A small part of her prayed that he would save her friends who were still trapped there, but she didn't want to jeopardize their safety. She could tell that Sasuke was aware of her connections to the tower, but he did not inquire or bring up his employment while she was present. She observed that although he gave off the impression of being cold and aloof, he was actually very thoughtful and kind. He was blunt, which could be interpreted as impolite, but he simply disliked skirting the subject. As she carries the horn, she senses that 4 people are watching her. "Come out," she says, tossing the horn to the ground. This should do. She believes that cutting a horn from the beast will demonstrate that her work is done. Her eyes widened as she said, "It's been a while, Urza." They had grown up, but she could tell right away who they were. "I see you are well," she said. "What are you doing here?" Urza asks, glancing around to see her friends. Simon, Sho, Miliana, Wally. Sho says, "It's been so long," and he steps forward to explain, "A lot happened and you need to come with us back to the tower." As an orange tube encircles her wrist, Urza exclaims, "What? You can't be serious." "My magic," she thinks as she looks at the feline. Like teenager. "It's time for you to come home," she smiles and says, "I'm sorry, Urza, but this isn't a request." The world goes dark and she starts to lose consciousness before she can take any kind of revenge. "Forgive me, Urza." "That was such a dirty trick," Simon says, catching her as she falls. Wally smirks and says, "Straight cold, my man. Let's get back to Jelal," he adds, walking away. They were unaware that they had fallen for the ruse. Kagura and Sasuke. Once upon a time, Sasuke had listened to this girl's story and her actions, which mirrored his own. She had experienced a terrible tragedy and was now looking for her brother. Although their ultimate objectives were different, he could tell by the cold tone of her magic that she was motivated by fear, rage, and hatred. No matter how things appeared, there was always someone who had to suffer. With cake all over her mouth, she looks at him and asks, "What do you mean join a guild? I need to find my brother." "According to the council, the Tower of Heaven was all but destroyed, so it's likely your brother is also looking for you, but since you have no home he can't locate you." Sasuke continues. "So if you join a guild and make friends, then word will get out about a guild's new member and your brother will be able to find you. Plus the path of the wanderer is no life to live." He continues while looking away. To be honest, she didn't really pay much attention to the guilds of Fury, so she asks, "So, what guild should I join?" He adds, "It would be a good place to settle. If I remember, there is a harbor town that is home to an all-girls guild named Mermaid Heel." He smirks as he senses his trap activating, saying, "Come on, I'll bring you there. It turns out I have business there too." He gets up as she tries to keep up and follows as best she can. Days later. For what seemed like weeks, Urza stayed chained in the cell, thinking about all her shortcomings in silence. She had pondered whether Sasuke could have benefited them all by speaking with him and assisting him in his work. When she looks up, she sees Simon staring at her. "Why? You look well," he says, turning his head away and coughing nervously. She looks around, seeing Simon but not much else, and asks, how long have I been out?" There wasn't much light in the room or prison she was in. Simon sits in a chair in front of her and says, "A little over 3 days, we're in the tower, if you hadn't guessed it." With a rhetorical scoff, she asks, "I assume Jelal has spent the last 8 years running my name through the mud?" As she looks up to see her hands chained and bound in rubber. Simon shrugged and said, "Yeah, he's said stuff. Now I'd like to hear it from you," he said, folding his arms. Although he could tell she was stronger than him, he held all the cards at the time, so his posture cast a wide shadow. She looked down and said, "I don't really know, when I found him, he'd changed." She talked about wanting to keep building the tower to see it activate, but he could tell she was being honest because she didn't show much emotion. He started to attack, which ended up on at the port. He pushed me onto a ship and said he'd kill you all if I disclosed the location of the tower. Then he blew up the remaining ships. "I'm glad you got to live a life away from this place. I could have left whenever I wanted to, but Sho, Miliana, and Wally fell under Jalal's honey toned manipulations and I couldn't," he said, and she gave him a startled look. She shook her head and said, "That sounds like you. Always the caring brother of the group," she said, assuming he hadn't just dropped by to talk. "What are you planning now?" she asked. "Hey, I want to take down Jelal and save the others," he says with a slight smirk. "You've been brought here to be sacrificed. The tower needs a human sacrifice along with one other thing to be completed." He continues, "I want your help, along with Sho, Miliana and Wally. Jelal also has a trio of assassins known as Trinity Raven." He kept going. "It would help if your guild could," when she interrupted him. "No, the guild is still recovering from the war with Phantom, plus I don't want to involve them in my personal business." She responds by shaking her head. We'll make do with what we've got. Maybe I can reach Sho and the others. He stands up, puts a key in her hand, and says, that's fair, but it might be difficult with just the two of us. These tubes are Miliana's magic. They may look silly, but they suppress the magic of those ensnared in them, he says, cutting them. I need to get back before anyone starts suspecting something, he says, making his way to the door. Be careful, he adds, and she smiles. She says, it was good to talk with you again, and he smiles broadly before shutting the door. This is a real mess, she thinks, and uses the key to get out. The door opens as she does, and Sho enters. She pressed the point of her elbow into his stomach, knocking him out before he could make another sound. How did you? She asked. She put him in cuffs and said, forgive me. I keep letting you down, Sho. She put her palm on top of his head and said, when this is over, I really hope we can catch up. But first I need to settle things with Jelal once and for all. She turned to face the door, missing his open eyes, which were filled with confusion and tears. Whatever became of us? He considers as he watches the door close. A couple of hours ago, with Sasuke. You're abandoning me here, then? Kagura, who was now an official member of Mermaid Heel, asks him while looking up at him. She briefly left him to get the mark, and he felt it was rude to ask, but now, even though they had only been together for a short time, the child seemed to grow attached to him. He kneels down and says, you and I share an interest in weapon choice. A little over a year ago, I finished a job. The client gave me a sword in exchange for cash, saying, this weapon when wielded by a master has no equal. He starts to open a scroll, but pauses as he calls forth the sword from within. The man explained that the sword must remain sealed in its scabbard until its wielder has mastered it and has a clear resolve, he says, observing her response as his fingers brush against the blade's hilt, sensing that her power resonates with it. She looks at him after reading the name, Archenemy, on the side. He looks at the blade and then returns it to him. This is not a toy. One day I will face you. If you haven't mastered this blade to use against me by then you will return it to me. I hope you find your brother. More importantly, I hope you find more reasons to live. Single goals tend to lead to short, tragic paths. He gets up and looks at the master of the guild. Watch over her. I will. You have my word, she responds. You know, our guild was formed because guilds rarely give rise to strong female wizards. Men like to hog all the glory, she adds, but you. He turns to leave, saying, excuse me, and starts to walk. I don't really care about any of that. I feel one will only go as far as they want in the end, he says, observing Kagura already displaying signs of settling in. What she does from here is on her own shoulders. It wasn't really a farewell, Kagura said, looking at him. She wasn't even sure if she would see him again, but she hoped that he would meet her brother and spar with him one day to prove that she was deserving of these swords. The Tower of Heaven, after learning what his magic was, to take control of one's mind with a melody. Urza found herself in the middle of a battle with a bipolar man who had changed from being composed and polite while wearing a secretary outfit to a punk rocker. However, his power was limited to weak-willed people, and Urza had far more willpower than him, so she swiftly overpowered him, leaving him bald and in a heap on the ground. Urza's second fight was against a Karuga, a fellow swordmaster and the leader of the Dark Guild. This fighter was unlike anyone she had ever faced. She could rip off any armor she tried. She was better than her current self because she didn't hide behind her swords. Instead, she used her blade as it was intended to be used, a killing tool. Urza knew that in order to defeat this opponent, she would have to give up the notion that a sword is a defensive weapon, and that if she were to deliver a decisive blow, she would have to give her a stern warning. Remain on this tower and you will die. She was now at the top, and the Jelal across from her was looking at her with his arms behind his back. Since she hadn't seen Simon or the others, she could only hope they were far away and off the island. Isn't this a sight now? I bring you home and you repay me by turning Simon and the other against me, killing one of my assassins and ruining the other, Jelal says to break the silence. You just love to hinder progress, he said, laughing deeply. She says, I'm happy I can let you down. After everything you've done, I will only be satisfied if your plans end by my hand, she continues. He moves forward, and she lifts her sword. She shook her head, her defenses in full force, and he grinned. My plan is coming along fine, Urza. I mean, I needed you here to begin the next step. Human sacrifice, right? You went and became the monsters that destroyed your home and made you a slave, she says as he chuckles. Slave? No. No, Urza, I was never a slave to this place. You see, you and everyone are the slaves, he declares, and she stares at him. Slaves to ignorance. Right now forces move in ways you can't see, powerful beings from a forgotten age before us. His hands are raised. When battles between men shaped the landscape and mountains disappeared in wars. As she prepares to attack, she remarks, I see you have lost your sense of reasoning. He smirked and said, I don't think you need help figuring out which ones I am referring to. She freezes when he says, 3 of those beings are members of Fairy Tail. This tower will be one of many weapons we can use to protect ourselves from them, Urza. Whether you speak the truth or not is irrelevant, all the pain you caused here can't go unanswered, she said as she raised her blade. Prepare yourself, for this is the end, Jelal. No, Urza, this is only the beginning. After landing at the base of the tower, with the entrance directly in front of him, Sasuke thought, I sense 2 strong powers fighting at the top. He assumed that Urza and Jelal were the 2 powerful forces. He was able to learn everything Jelal had planned thanks to his small bait, including how to use Urza's emotions to make her less defensive and how to fool the council into firing the Etherion at the tower, which would activate it. Before completely demolishing the tower, he had to climb it and weaken its structure. In order to finish this assignment completely, he also needed to ensure that the area was evacuated, not out of moral obligation or a sense of justice. He looks up with a raised eyebrow as a muscular man with an owl's head and a flying machine on his back flies down, saying, I know you are there. A dark aura surrounds you. It compels me to defeat you in the name of justice. The individual responds. My name is Fukuro, and using my jet magic, along with the magic of the 4 traitors, I will bring you to your knees. As the Birdman calls forth a magic circle, Sasuke asks, traitors? And notices that the man has several hair samples on the back of his head. They must belong to the friends Urza wants to protect, he muses. Fukuro cried out, dark moment, and the room went dark. This spell robs all evildoers of sight, for only the just may see. He then saw that Sasuke's visible eye was glowing red and could follow his movements. Thou can see me? He asked. Sarcastically, Sasuke smirks and says, I guess this means neither of us are evildoers. Release those you have taken hostage and I'll let you live. Make me work for it and I'll make you regret being born, he threatens. Sounding as though he was going to win, Jet ho ho hoo, Fukuro exclaimed, don't act so, mighty evildoer. He then caws once more and starts to fly at breakneck speed in Sasuke's direction. Jumping over him, Sasuke stabs the center of the jetpack with his Chidori. Coated hand, dispelling the dark moment and sending Fukuro crashing into a wall. Sasuke grabs Fukuro by the back of his head just before he hits the ground where the remnants of his jetpack are lying. His prosthetic arm can easily support the larger man's weight. Spit them up, he commands, punching Fukuro in the lower back, causing the Birdman to yell in agony. Fukuro exclaims, as if I'd ever give in to such villainy. Just before Sasuke thrusts his head against the wall. Ack! Is all he can cough before Sasuke spins him around and kicks him in the stomach as forcefully as he can from the tight angle, causing him to regurgitate the unconscious Simon, Sho, Miliana, and Wally. This world always finds new ways to be weird, Fukuro sighed as he heard a cough behind him before falling through the tower wall and into the sea below. The larger, patched-eyed man sat up. He looked at Sasuke and shook his head, saying, I've seen you with Urza. Sasuke then approached him and asked, where's Fukuro? Sasuke pointed to the hole in the wall. Sasuke says, take Wally, Sho, and Miliana and get off this island, Simon. The man is shocked, but he recognizes their names. I have my ways, he adds, turning to go. Simon says, wait. Jelal is strong. I could help. Sasuke says bluntly, probably stronger than the Birdman who defeated all of you. If you want to help Urza, then leave so your safety can't be used against her, he says, and Simone nods and looks away. With little emotion, he says, why? Yeah, you're probably right. He is obviously upset at his own uselessness. He starts, and Sasuke looks over his shoulder a little less. Watch out for her, she is a good person. I will. In other places, Neji remarks, I don't think I'll ever get used to how calm this town is at night, as Kana and Neji unwind in a meadow. The grass had not been mowed in a while, so they were practically hidden in it. The hill overlooked Magnolia. She asks, "What was your home like?" And he sits up, staring at her. "What?" she asks, observing his confused expression, which indicates he had mixed feelings. The woman places her hand over his and says, "Hey, you know you can tell me anything, right?" "Yes, I know," he cracked a smile. "My old village is very different to Magnolia. Konoha, as it is known, is very secret, and very well guarded. My clan is one of its founding members and such has its own section. Sasuke's clan is the same." He starts to reconsider his use of past tense. "So as you can assume, I spent most of my time within the confines of my clan's residence, when not on jobs." She grins and asks, "So, you come from a rich family, got a trust fund I should know about?" "No, clan and family are two different things," he says, and she gives him a perplexed look. The Hyuga clan could be sorted into two houses, the main house which were the head and his children, then there was me, a member of a branch house, the servants of the main. She averts her gaze, feeling embarrassed by her earlier remark. "I used to resent the system and hated the main branch." He paused, then shook his head, sensing that he had veered off topic. The town had a market not unlike Magnolia. It also had many restaurants. If you ever needed to find Naruto, just head to Ichimaru Ramen. He laughed. She grinned and said, "It sounds like a nice little village. What was the booze like?" she asked, and he started to perspire. She licked her lip slightly as he said, "I was too young to notice, though if I had to guess it was stronger than what you're used to." She observes him turn his head slightly as she says, "I'd love to visit your home country one day." He adds, "I'd like that too." Itachi Ultier strode through the council headquarters corridors, asking, "Where is everyone?" She needs to incite the council to use the Etherion for this plan to succeed. She sighed and opened the door, saying, "I heard something up ahead. This is so strange. I was trying to find you all, I have," she said, looking around at the council members, who appeared to be in a trance. "What's going on?" she asked. The door behind her slams shut, darkening the room, and she hears a familiar voice say, "You won't be getting the Etherion Ultier." Her gaze focuses on the council's head, where she sees a dark figure with piercing red eyes that spiral into a new pattern despite the majority of his face being covered in darkness. "Itachi," she says, surveying the area. She was astounded that he could so easily knock all these strong men out. "So, this is how it is," she sighed as he got to his feet. "You know, I really hoped you'd see the truth and join me." She couldn't help but feel a chill run up her spine as those red eyes stared at her as if she were about to catch fire. His words, "You are a fool," startled her. "Acting rash, on your impulses, believing there is a spell out there that will erase all the evil you have sown into the world," he said. The silence in the large hall allowed his words to reverberate through her. She growls, "But your power won't stand up to the might of Zareth and the world of magic he will bring. You think you know everything but you don't. Once I learned you could read my mind, I sealed off pieces of my memory to prevent you from learning anything else. You and your brother act almighty, flaunting your powers like you're some kind of gods," she adds, allowing her aura to spike, refusing to back down. "Once Grimoire Heart and Zareth bring the new world, there won't be anywhere for you or your brother to hide, and I will take great pleasure in killing him." Amaterasu. Instinctively, she raised her hands to call forth a magic circle. "My magic will make short work of these black flames," she says, anticipating that her arc of time would put out the flames. Itachi's eyes enlarge as he explains, "Are eternal. These flames will burn until they reduce the target to ash." He then focuses on her magic circle, which, to her surprise, catches fire, prompting her to dispel it. As she disappears, she thinks, "Sorry Jelal, you're on your own. TS's wheel me again, Itachi," she says before directing numerous orbs at him, forcing him to concentrate on them and enabling her to flee. After dealing with the orbs, Itachi freed Yamaji from his grasp. "What the, Itachi, what is the meaning of this?" he demands. Itachi wipes the blood out of his eye and says, "Sit down, this will take a while." "The Tower of Heaven. Damn you, Seagrain, I should have known," she uttered angrily as he attempted to break her binding, but it had taken a lot of work for him to do so. As he and Seagrain merge, Jelal remarks, "Oh, it's a little more complicated than that, Urza." Naturally, this allowed him to see what had happened at the council and knew the Etherion wasn't coming. "Damn you, Uchiha." Looking at Urza, he snarled in his head. "All this preparation, all this effort, all this time. wasted. Despite the initial shock of discovering Seagrain was Jelal all along, she noticed his abruptly sour mood. "What's wrong? Something happens?" she asks, grinning. "You told them," he growled, and her eyes widened. She was about to deny it, but they both turned as the door opened, and his eyes flashed with anger as Sasuke entered. A tiny white snake dropped from his clothing as he pointed to Jelal and said, "You told them. This little guy, when used alongside his twin, act like a receiver. Everything you've said since it latched onto you went directly to my brother," he explained, as the snake slithered past Urza and up Sasuke's sleeve. "But when?" inquires Jelal. As he approached them, he said, "When I first told Urza about the job the council had tasked me with, she began to avoid me, so I figured she was involved in some way, so I placed this snake on her. When you abducted her, it latched onto you. Then the other went to Itachi." He stopped to release Urza from her bonds, and then he added, "Since I can trace my own power, I could follow that snake anywhere on this planet, so it was only a matter of time before I showed up." Jelal started to laugh. He cracks his neck and says, "It seems I underestimated you. When the council gave you that task, I knew I should have made my move sooner." He adds, "Nothing will change that," and glows with meteor power. He charges at Sasuke, who is able to block his attacks. "How are you able to?" he asks, focusing on Sasuke's visible eye, which was moving as fast as his meteor, possibly faster. Impossible," he growls as Sasuke kicks him into the nearby wall. With his hand raised in preparation to use Bansho Tenin to draw Jelal in, Sasuke declares, "It's over, you're coming with me. Your bounty will pay back my debt to the council." As Sasuke was about to counter her, he felt all of his chakra leave his body because a snake curse covered his body, preventing him from moving. "You're not the only one who can lay a trap," the wizard says, grinning, getting ready to launch his attack at him. "I don't think so," Jelal says, crossing his arms over his head, calling forth a ton of magical power. "Alteris!" he exclaims, calling forth a huge black sphere composed of darkness. The words, "I won't let you hurt him, Jelal. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first," are spoken by Urza without hesitation or fear. Jelal growled and charged at them, saying, "Okay, you can both die together." "Urza, move out of the way," Sasuke commanded, attempting to stand, knowing that the careless idiot would kill them both. She exclaims, "I won't let anyone hurt my comrades," and Sasuke's eyes widen as memories of his early years spent with Naruto race through his mind. "Why did you sacrifice yourself for me?" How should I know? My body moved on its own." It was similar to that scene being reenacted, but this time, there would be no escaping it. He started to push his body, but as he did, Simon came back and threw Urza at him, then he took over the attack. With tears in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Simon," as she caught the bigger man as he fell backwards. "Idiot, I told you to leave, why did you come back?" she asked. He smiles weakly and says, "How could I not? I just wanted to save you." Sasuke can tell Simon has no regrets about giving his life for Urza. But this was more than just camaraderie, it was love. As Urza strokes his cheek, he says, "I'm glad I got to see you again, I just wish it could have been longer. I love you, I've always loved you," he says, letting out a single tear as his closing eye opens, his last words to her. "Simon," she cried, and Jelal started giggling. Jelal chuckled and said, "It changes nothing," as he was about to attack again but had to avoid Sasuke's fist. "What a waste of time, such a pointless sacrifice, Simon. Tch, pest," he growled. As his fringe moves to reveal his Rinnegan, Sasuke declares, "Death, pain, revenge and hatred. I will break this cycle here and now," he says as Urza looks at him, her cheeks marred by tears. Using Meteor once more, he charges Sasuke as quickly as he can, moving in various directions in an attempt to find a blind spot. "Shut up, you'll die here and now, Sasuke," he says. He flashes at his target as soon as he believes he has. But Sasuke sidesteps him and kicks him into a wall while conjuring a black rod out of his hand. Even Sasuke was taken aback by the final moment, and he demands, "What the hell is this?" He breaks it off and throws it through Jalal's shoulder, pinning him in place and sealing his magic. "It's a Kuroki Jushinki, or black receiver, it suppresses your power," Sasuke clarifies. "No more chances, you'll answer for everything you've done here," he announces. He sees Urza quickly draw a sword and prepares to stab Jelal in the chest. He shouts, "Urza, stop!" And she complies, millimeters away from Jelal, whose shirt has been nipped by the sword's tip. She spat, the blade trembling in her hand, her rage so intense that she said, "Why should he get to live? He killed Simon, even prison is too good for him." "Maybe that's true, doesn't mean it's right," Sasuke says as he walks toward her. "I know how this feels, but it's a path you don't want to go on. It takes more than it gives, it'll cost you everything." Her honor told her to stop, but her heart begged her to carry out her attack. "I don't want to kill Zarif, or anyone else, just him," she growled in a cracking tone. As he approaches, he adds, "The Urza of fairy tale will be gone. No one wants that. It never ends with one," he says. "If you do this, then the person Simon knew will be gone forever, and you'll be no better than Jelal." He puts his hand on the blade and gently presses it down. "Sasuke," she says, closing her eyes. "Thank you." She shakes her head and looks at Jelal. Unlike the last time, she can see regret in his eyes. She and Sasuke were unaware that Ultir had broken the spell she had been using on him, and the real Jelal from her early years was now in front of them, stunned into silence. Sasuke puts his hand on her shoulder and says, "We should get Simon to a boat." "Jelal isn't going anywhere," he adds. Urza nods, and the two of them go to pick Simon up and carry him down the tower. Sasuke could have done it himself, but he felt that Urza needed to assist in this way to give her a small measure of comfort in remembering her friend who died. Urza sensed Sasuke's sudden fear, but before she could ask, she heard something start to fall from above them. His eyes widened as he felt a chakra above him. "This chakra, it can't be," he thought. "Cower in fear, tremble in awe, for my art is an explosion." The tower and island were destroyed by the enormous explosion, which also caused a huge ocean surge. From the mainland, one could see the cloud created and hear the impact for miles. Two enigmatic men observed the explosion from a distance and said, "That's one loose end cleaned up. Think he survived?" "No doubt, too bad there will be no trail for him to follow," the other states before they disappear into a rift in the sky. Naruto, after 2 days, the small, quiet town where Naruto was sitting felt very familiar to him. There had been a huge explosion off the coast of a harbor town, and news had surfaced about 2 council members going rogue. He assumed it had something to do with Sasuke's work because he hadn't been able to sense Sasuke's chakra since the explosion, but he wasn't concerned because killing the Uchiha would require more than just an explosion. As she and Mira sit across from the blonde, Lisana whines, "Naruto, come on, I want to go home." "What's so important about the soup?" she asks. With an insulted expression, Naruto asks, "Soup? Dear girl, this is a quest to find the perfect ramen dish." He exclaims, "For 2 years I have searched for a restaurant that will serve the best miso ramen with roasted pork fillet, and by all that is good I will not leave until I have my miso ramen with roasted pork fillet," before receiving a round of applause from other customers. Mira sighed, palming her face, "So embarrassing. Will someone give this blonde idiot his damn ramen so we can go?" she requested. As soon as the waitress puts the bowls down and says, "Here you go, 3 miso ramen with roasted pork fillet," Naruto sniffs the aroma and knows it is Ichiraku's. He asks himself, could it be? As he drinks the soup. It tastes just like it, he thinks, and he starts eating quickly. "I never thought I would get the chance to eat food this good again," he exclaims with joy. When she notices that Mira is consuming the ramen at the same rate as the blonde, Lisana's eyes enlarge. "It's all right. A little thick for me. How about you, sis?" she exclaims. "Wow, so much for table manners." After finishing his 4th bowl while Mira was working on her 5th, Naruto sighed and turned to look around. Everything seemed familiar to him. He could see a younger version of himself sitting with Kakashi or Ruka, from the times he spent with Sakura and Sasuke. He thought it was fantastic that this stand transported him back to Konoha. "It'll be here. This is where Sasuke, Neji, and I will create our new Konoha. A new beginning." Urza opened her eyes as the water started to subside and saw that she was in Sasuke's arms, both of them wrapped around Susanoo's rib cage. What happened?" she asks, scanning the area but failing to spot the island. Sasuke stands up and says, "Someone blew up the tower, sending me a message." Urza then realizes he is standing on the water's surface as if it were solid. After putting her on the bird's back, he sighed and bit his thumb to call forth a hawk, saying, "Take her to Magnolia." As the bird starts to fly, she asks, "You're not coming?" Looking back at the smoke, which he believes was Deidara, he says, "I need to report to the council. Tell Naruto and Neji to come find me." He then jumps off the back and lands in the ocean. "I'm sorry about Simon," he says, and she looks down sorrowfully. Before the bird takes off, she says, "Me too." He watches it fly away and takes a scroll out of his pocket. It had the symbol of the hidden sand village in the corner, and it included a map he had discovered in the tower that led to a location somewhat west of the capital. That was Deidara's chakra, but he can't believe that killed me, he is thinking. Must have been a warning shot, I couldn't sense him until it was too late. Neji and Naruto, they immediately started heading toward Sasuke, who was heading toward the capital, along with Itachi after Urza returned and informed them of what had happened. If what Urza says is true and she explained it quite clearly, then the Akatsuki are in this world, Neji said as they fled. Naruto sighed, conflict seems never ending. Urza was determined to follow them despite her injuries, so the two had to move quickly to dissuade her. The phrase, "I wonder why these guys are still bad. This world is a new chance for them to live a peaceful life," was fortunately lost with ease. Some people aren't interested in peace. While Pain may have sought peace, the majority of the Akatsuki were vile humans who betrayed their nation to fulfill their selfish desires, and such desires never subside. Neji continues, "It's only natural for this world to follow the same path." Naruto says, "It's something that we will have to work on," and soon after, they run into Sasuke at a cafe. A waitress pours them tea, and the blonde says, "Okay Teme, fill us in." "I was helping Urza face her past, when I sensed 2 chakra signatures above where we were fighting." Sasuke starts out, "I identified one as Deidara. I fought and killed him in our world, or our fight led to his death would be more accurate." He looks at the cup. "I didn't recognize the other but it seemed familiar." The Akatsuki always travel in pairs. Question is how many shinobi are members. Neji continues to look around. "We've been here in this world for years, yet only now are they making a move." Naruto slams his fist against the table as Sasuke explains, "This wasn't a move, not really. I believe their goal was to catch me off guard. They're likely still building their arsenal, tracking down ancient tombs of our brethren," he adds. "Bastards," he snarls, "we must locate them. Where would you propose we start?" Sasuke inquires. "When they attacked I was in the middle of the ocean, and they were flying. This world is still much a mystery to us and much larger than the element lands." Sasuke is right. Ultimately we have no choice but to wait for them to make another move. Neji lets out a breath. "We must also be careful not to involve the guild in this." He surprises both of them. "Magic is too soft. It wasn't built for combat like chakra. If they were to get involved they would only get killed." Sasuke nodded. His reasoning made sense. Despite his desire to protect this world, Naruto had to concede because, based on his research, he discovered that the guild wars the nation feared were merely a common conflict. Sasuke finishes his drink, saying, "I have sent a snake to Itachi to fill him in. Something happened to the council so he's too busy to distract." Deaths occurred, but not to the same extent as in the Great Ninja War. "We should head back to Magnolia." Naruto laughed. "Natsu and Gray told me about a festival the guild holds every year, should be interesting." Neji replied, "Can't really say no, since he had already assured Kana that he would assist." "What about you, Sasuke?" they asked, and he merely nodded. Sasuke glanced at his gloved hand, which was trembling but not visible. The Uchiha sighs, thinking that even if they were to find Deidara and everyone else, he would be too weak to fight. "I've earned a rest," he thinks. "Since I joined this guild I have been using powerful jutsu recklessly, using Chibaku Tensai, Limbo, and having to pour almost all of my chakra into blocking myself and Urza. After 2 days, I tell you boys something," Makarov says, sipping most of his ale, "the 3 of you could be the poster models we've been waiting for." He burps as the alcohol stains his breath as he explains to Team Shinobi the wonder that was the Harvest Festival, which ended with the Fantasia Parade featuring the guild members. "Natsu and Gray are young and immature. Laxus is such a stick in the mud. You guys could be the male balance to the beautiful girls of our guild." Leaning into Sasuke, Naruto asks, Is he coming on to us?" As Neji looks at Kana, who was assisting with some painting of festival signs, Sasuke says, "With respect, our abilities were made for combat. I won't speak for them, but a parade is not something I'd ever participate in, he adds. Makarov smiles as Neji says, "My skills aren't flashy like Naruto or Sasuke's, I will help if I can." Despite his act of ignorance, he was aware of everything that went on in the guild. He had long heard about Neji and Kana, and he was happy to see them together since it demonstrated that these guys from another planet were just like the children of this one. Naruto sips his drink and says, "I'm on the fence." He scratches his chin and says, "I don't know any spells that could be used for a parade." Mirajane approaches and places a cup of tea in front of Sasuke, who nods in gratitude. "What about the clone spell you use?" she asks, adding, "Kids would love that," while he mulls. As he drinks his tea, Sasuke muses, "I wonder how Tobirama would react to seeing one of his jutsu being used to entertain children." Mirajane explains that the parade is typically split up into sections with wizards who can use the same magic, so she and her siblings typically shared a float. "I'll think on it, might be more fun to watch," the blonde smiles. "What will you be doing?" he asks. Sitting next to him, the oldest Stratus sibling says, "I'm curious to see what you can do. We could meet up later and brainstorm." For the first time since Sakura, a girl gave Naruto butterflies in his stomach. Yeah, I suppose we could," he says, blushing slightly and feeling shy. He's not sure if it was her revealing dress or her disarming smile. "Excellent," she says as she gets up, "until then," and leaves. After observing this brief exchange, Sasuke shook his head and said, "Loser," getting up to go while ignoring Naruto's yelling abuse. Urza opens the door. "Great, I was looking for you," she says, gesturing for him to follow. "I assumed you never got paid for that assignment since the council was disbanded," she adds. "Ah, it's nothing," he nods, acknowledging that it was annoying to have to put in so much effort without getting paid, but he was happy to have been able to assist Urza, as it demonstrated his positive transformation. Additionally, word was beginning to spread about the shinobi's presence in this world. They may soon have more supporters. "So I was thinking, there is an S-class quest and the location isn't far," the redhead starts with. "You and I could do this job and that way I could pay you back for helping me with the whole tower incident." After figuring it out in her mind, she waves it off when he asks, "I will take you up on that, but aren't you going to participate in the parade?" She shows him the flyer and tells him, "It's a 2-day round trip. We'll be back long before the parade." As he reads, reports of men and women equally vanishing without a trace and no sign of struggle were given to a very wealthy woman who owned the land where the incident occurred. He hands her the flyer back and says, "I can leave when you want." She nods and accepts it. As she enters the guild hall, she says, "I'll see you at the station, and I'll let Master know." As Sasuke watches her leave, he smiles a little because Naruto's idea of a village for their people would greatly benefit from the money earned from this quest. Furthermore, it would be intriguing to observe Urza's typical approach to a quest. After all, his power was still depleted and severely limited, but he refused to disclose that to her. A few hours later he nods as Naruto and Mirajane stand in the field. "Okay," she says, "so why don't you show me something cool that isn't used for battle?" He speculates that she would be like Sakura and asks, "I wonder how she would react to the sexy jutsu." After 3 days, almost all of Fairy Tail's members assembled in the guild hall for the competition. Alzak Connell's green-haired teammate Biska Mulan was the first to compete. She is wearing a two-piece bikini, and as part of her routine, she shoots a number of moving targets with her weapon's magic. "Take a gander at my magic, boys," is the slogan Kana uses to flirt with the audience while wearing a skimpier bra and a lacy, bottomed bikini. Juvia followed in a blue bikini, performing a dance with her water magic. Naturally, her sole goal was to impress Gray, who, much to her dismay, was not paying any attention at all. The audience cheered when Levi, dressed normally, said, "This is so embarrassing, why did I let you talk me into this, Lou?" She blushed nervously. When the last and most likely winner leaves with a big smile, Lucy joins the others, wearing a cheerleader costume and putting her cute, sexy, and youthful feminine charms to use. "What was I worried about? I'm rocking this outfit and they love it," she exclaims. Naruto remarks from the crowd, "Geez, Mira isn't even doing anything and I think she's winning." He couldn't help but stare at her because she had. Max starts, but they are all taken aback when the competitors turn to stone. Now the moment you've been waiting for. The votes are in and the winner and this year's Miss Fairy Tail is Max says. Evergreen declares, I am the true queen of fairy tale after all, as she soars onto the stage and her fairy wings disappear. The obvious choice is me. As he was ready to confront Evergreen, Makarov growled, Evergreen, what is the meaning of this? Freed and Bixlow joined the woman on stage, and Laxus emerged before his Thunder God tribe. Laxus. I should have known it was your idea, the master growled. He smirks and puts his arm around the terrified Lucy, saying, Relax old man, it's all in the spirit of the Fantasia Festival. Natsu nearly lunges, but Naruto stops him before he can do anything stupid like run the risk of knocking the frozen girls over and breaking them. We're going to play a game to see which fairy tale is stronger. He giggles, yours or mine. You and your so-called children need to find and defeat me and the Thunder God tribe. After escaping Naruto's hold, Natsu charges at them as Evergreen laughs loudly and says, the game will last for 3 hours, if you can't win by then well then. These dullards go poof and turn to rubble. The blonde smashes his attack before a right hook sends him flying into the next wall. I'll take you right now Laxus, he exclaims. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Laxus chuckles as the group departs in a flash of yellow, saying, if you want to fight me, first you need to take on and defeat the Thunder God tribe. Soon after, the guild is empty as everyone starts to look like Evergreen, Freed, and Bixlow. The master shouts, one of Freed's runes, as Makarov makes his way to the door after saying, I'll show that grandson of mine a thing or two. Laxus smirks and says, anyone over the age of 80 is forbidden to leave. Just for added measure those who are as strong as a wizard saint are also forbidden to leave, he adds, looking at Naruto. He couldn't be certain, but the new guy's aura resembled his grandfather's, only bigger. As he starts to run out, Gray says, don't worry man, I'll take down Freed, this way the barrier can come down and you guys can get Laxus. Naruto looks at the stage, specifically at Mirajane, who had a shocked expression on her face while Lisana stood next to her sobbing. Take down the one who froze the girls on stage first, without her Laxus has no hostages, Naruto says. As he passes Naruto, Makarov, and Gray, Elfman declares, I will take down Evergreen. It goes against my code as a man, but I can't let her get away with petrifying my big sister and making my little sister, he says, and the ice. Make wizard nods. Good luck then, Gray says as the two separate and run into Magnolia's streets. He watches from a distance as some members collaborate to address their shortcomings. It'll take more than this to break us apart Laxus, Gray smirks. Naruto and Makarov are taken aback when a charging Natsu inside the guild is unable to escape. Are you over 80 years old? Yells Makarov as Natsu falls to the ground. Naruto couldn't really judge, but Makarov was fairly certain that Natsu wasn't as strong as a wizard saint, so he asked himself, I don't get it, is he wizard saint level? He reached out, pushing this out of his mind, and felt the barrier keep him from going too. Makarov's suspicions about Naruto's strength were validated when he turned to face the blonde. Although the blonde had demonstrated greater self-control after witnessing Sasuke's power up close, the method he employed to create an attack with a sun-like nucleus suggested Naruto was more than capable of accomplishing more. Neji was looking at Kaina's frozen form during this time. The spell had frozen her just as she was looking at him, and her eyes were yelling, save me. He looks at his hands and says, I will, just hold on, before clenching them into fists and knuckling them until his knuckles turn white. He doesn't wait for Gray or Elfman to release them. Calm down Neji, the guys will, is what Naruto said when he looked at Neji and felt the Hyuga chakra spike. Before he could finish, Neji's palm slammed into the barrier, allowing him to pass through, but before Naruto could ask him to get him out too, Neji had already driven off to find the girl who scared Kaina. Makarov asks, how was he able to break through? Since the barrier had already fixed itself, Neji's actions were insufficient to completely destroy it. Naruto implies that Neji's eyes must be able to see the location of the barrier's weakest point, but in reality, he was unaware of it. When Sasuke first left the village, Neji told him about the sound ninja he had battled and how his eyes could detect the weak spot in the man's webbing. Makarov sighs, well, at least we have another guy in the game. All we can do now is wait, says Naruto. Where the hell are you Sasuke? Magnolia. To defeat their enemies and save their esteemed allies, Alzak, Jet, and Droy remained united. It's true that Biska and Alzak were in love, but they were too shy to confess it. Hopefully, This incident would be the catalyst for them to do so. As the gunslinger believes, "Don't worry, Biska. I promise I'll save you." Since Gajeel rescued her from Laxus's attack, the blue-haired bookworm had been staring at the Iron Dragon Slayer with obvious signs of a crush. "If I can save Levi, maybe she'll look at me like that," the two Shadow Gear members thought, completely unaware that Jet and Droy were in a love triangle with Levi. But soon after, all three are imprisoned inside a different room, and their names are displayed on the guild's entrance as well as there. Freed then appears on a roof to greet Makarov and say, "Once inside you must fight until only one remains." Droy shouts angrily, "That's not going to happen." Jet adds, "Yeah, Freed, why don't you face us yourself? You coward." Freed would have answered if Alzak hadn't pointed his twin revolvers at the unwary Shadow Gear wizards. Droy and Jet exclaim, "Guns magic! Twin spark!" as they both collapse to the ground from back injuries. "I'm sorry, I will get Freed and save Biska and Levi," he says empathetically. Freed slashes across Alzak's chest as Rune fades. As Alzak is overwhelmed by the assault and collapses to the ground, he says calmly, "Dark Akature. Slay." This is what Laxus refers to. You are ruled by emotion and lowered your guards. Such weakness can't be allowed to fester in the guild, he says. Underscore with gray underscore as he searches for Freed, he thinks, damn it. Droy, Jet, and Alzak are down already. If this keeps up, it won't take them an hour to win this game. He stops when he sees Bixlow in his path, saying, "Not the member I was looking for, but I might as well start with you." He assumes a fighting stance and prepares magic. "I've always wanted to fight you one-on-one, Gray. Makarov thinks you're his ace in the hole, so I'll bring you down." Bixlow says, "I've already taken Nab and the purple-haired chick." Lackey laughs. "She's so forgettable, just like most of the guild," he jokes. In response, Gray smirks at Bixlow's irate look and says, "Yeah. Well, I don't recall ever seeing your name being mentioned in Sorcerer's Weekly. Face it, you, Freed, and Evergreen are just known as Laxus's cheerleaders," he says. "Just for that I'll make you suffer." Meanwhile, a long way away. It was supposed to be a straightforward job with a high reward, despite its rank. Maybe their assumption that they could so casually challenge an S-class quest was naive. The person who posted the job, a disgusting noblewoman who enjoyed making people dance for her amusement, had revealed what had once been a mission to rescue people who had disappeared to be a ruse. Now that Urza and Sasuke were caught in her web, she sat on the balcony and moved her fingers, causing everyone's bodies to shift. Urza says, "These people won't last much longer." She was dressed in a red, low-cut ball gown that hugged her figure and exposed one leg, leaving little room for interpretation. "I can't believe we're in this situation," she thinks, her face flushing. With a matching blue handkerchief in the coat pocket and a black suit, dark blue shirt, white tie, and gloves, Sasuke remarks, "Many of these people have been like this for days, if not longer." His right hand was at her lower back and her right hand was on his shoulder as they moved in compliance with their capture's orders, their other hands clasped together. "Is this not fun, my dears?" the woman inquires. "To dance to such exquisite music in the arms of your soulmates?" Urza declares, "We will not let you get away with this," her fringe not concealing the defiant expression in her eye. As Urza and Sasuke discover their ground area rising to where a group of nobles in masks were spectating, the woman glares. "Pretty girls should be seen, not heard. You are both so young and virile," she smirks, adding, "I shall have you perform a more passionate dance for my guests." Sasuke then finds himself taking off the glove that covered his bandaged hand. The red head trembles and gasps as it softly touches Urza's bare leg. As the taller Sasuke dips Urza, his face nearly in her cleavage, their bodies are pressed close together. Urza swears she saw Sasuke's normally calm demeanor change to one of embarrassment as her bare leg curls around his waist as the dance went on. Sasuke growled softly, "This woman is asking for me to kill her." He couldn't hold his composure much longer, and if they continued, Urza and he would both succumb to the woman's strength. "We need to think fast before." Urza was experiencing the same dizziness as Sasuke, but unlike Sasuke, she had a romantic temper, and being this close to someone of the opposite gender, especially a man she had grown to respect and admire, allowed her to smell him. Her sense of reason was being disrupted by it. "Before we become slaves to her show." The woman draws the two teenagers' heads closer and begins, Such a passionate dance between two lovers. It can only end with, she says. A kiss. Neji ran through Magnolia's streets, breathing rapidly and uneasily, the image of the woman who turned Kana to stone etched in his memory. When they first started dating, Neji had come to understand how deeply he felt for the card-wielding wizard. Witnessing her turn to stone had upset him in a way he didn't like, and he needed to save her quickly to put his heart at rest. After swiftly assessing the outcome of the battle, he concluded that Evergreen's ability to turn people to stone originated from her eyes. He turned the corner just in time to witness her defeat Elfman. When Evergreen sees him, he says, "I saw you at the guild hall. You must be new." "I didn't come here to talk." Neji responds sternly, "I have little to say to people like you." She smirks and pushes her glasses up to their normal position, saying, "There aren't many like me." She knows her stone eyes won't work on him when he's on guard. She frowns. Jealousy and overconfidence go hand in hand. He takes his fighting stance and responds, "There are plenty of people like you, who see themselves as someone above their comrades. Consider this a lesson in humility," he says. When she says, "Time to put you in your place," she activates her fairy machine gun, leprechaun, and launches hundreds of tiny needle-like attacks at her opponents with brown hair. She watches in disbelief as he deflects each microneedle as quickly as she fires them, and her surprise is heightened when she realizes that only his upper body is moving. As her attack ends and the smoke clears, she thinks, his reflexes are inhuman. She takes a step back in terror, noticing the protruding veins around his eyes. He yells, "Air palm," and thrusts his open palm at her. Before she can react, the blast of air hits her and knocks her unconscious. "Lesson over," he murmurs as he stands over her. Good, that means was Elfman's return to normal, and he believes that his nerves have already subsided. He knew he had to either defeat Laxus or free Naruto, but he really wanted to return to see Kana and check on her. How can 4 people cause so much trouble? He asked himself. Itachi, instead of joining a guild like the others, Itachi had become a vagrant after the council disbanded. He wanted to travel more, rejoin the council, and play a key role in Fiore's political life. Even though it took time, the manual labor was more satisfying for his immediate objective, which was to distribute the bales of hay for the animals at the farm where he was sleeping. He thought, "This is a nice little town," as he looked around and saw how Naruto and his brother enjoyed showing off their abilities whenever they could. This community chose to rely on themselves as honest workers rather than relying heavily on magic to make ends meet. A lot of food products are shipped from this town, filling supermarkets throughout Fiore. The elderly woman who was taking care of him yells, "Mr. Itachi, breakfast. I made extra for a busy day," she says with a smile as Itachi removes his gloves and steps out onto the porch. "I appreciate it, Miss Hardener," he says in his usual polite manner, taking a sip of freshly squeezed orange juice. "How's your husband?" he inquires. Mr. Hardener typically assisted with morning tasks but was injured to his head after falling from a ladder. "He's fine, and ashamed of himself," she exclaimed. "He'll be out later to help with construction of the new barn. Can you make sure our cows are settling in with the neighbors?" she requests, and he responds with a nod. "Of course," he grinned, and after he finished his meal, he went to the neighbors. Normally, he would be in his yard gathering the morning eggs from his henhouse, but when he arrived at the door, there was only silence. He then went to knock, but as he did, he heard a familiar voice call from inside. "It's open, sweet Itachi." When Itachi opened the door, Ultier was standing over the unconscious bodies of Mr. and Miss Glover, holding their infant son tenderly. "Isn't he just precious?" she cooed, but the room was filled with the hate in her voice. "This family is innocent," he says, and she laughs. Itachi looked at her appearance and saw that she wasn't in the right frame of mind. Her clothes were falling apart and her hair was frayed, indicating that she had been in pain. "Everyone is innocent, until they're not," she continues. "It could have been perfect, if only you'd seen the light and glory of our plan," she continues. Despite being resurrected and living a new life in a different world, he would always bear the consequences of his previous sins. "In the end, we are shaped by our choices," he says. "It's not a plan, it's a fantasy. No matter how much you will it to be, there is no reset on life." "No," she replies with a sigh. "I don't know about your powers. By Master Hades's power is limitless. He will reach the world of primordial magic and allow us to erase all the mistakes," she responds. "But for us to accomplish that we need your power, and I'm done being polite about it," she grumbles. Ultier's eyes widen as he activates his Sharingan and responds, "If you intend to threaten an infant, then perhaps you are beyond saving." The house they were in melts away, replaced by water reflecting a red sky above them, and Itachi transforms into a flock of crows encircling her. When the world returns to normal, she sees that she is being loaded into the back of a carriage with her magic sealed away. Having realized that she is no longer holding the baby, she uses her Arc of Time Orb to attack the crows, but she can see no end to them. "I'm trapped," she thinks. She only looked past him when Itachi told her, "Perhaps you will find the answers you seek while you are imprisoned." After noticing Zancro and Rusty Rose waiting to step in, she says, "Perhaps you are right. Farewell, Itachi," is the last thing she says before the doors close and she is locked inside. Since his presence here endangered the farmers, he thinks, "Do not let your hatred consume you." He plans to depart tonight to start looking for a place to call home. I wonder how the others are doing, Magnolia. As a last resort, Laxus used the Thunder Palace to hold the entire town hostage after Evergreen's defeat, freeing those who had been petrified. With Freed still active, Naruto, Natsu, and Gajeel were all still trapped. While Levi was trying to deactivate the barrier, Naruto had been testing its strength, and she had tried to explain the formula's intricacy to them, but she might as well have explained it to the floor she was lying on because it went straight over their heads. Naruto had been studying a lot and was starting to understand the various texts and languages of this world, but he was far from being useful, and all Natsu and Gajeel wanted to do was fight. "That grandson of mine, I knew he was a reckless fool, but to endanger the whole town for his ambitions," said Makarov. "So his magic is amplified by those orbs?" The old master nods in response to Naruto's question. "This guy. It's like dealing with Sasuke all over again," he murmurs, turning to face Levi. "How are you doing?" he inquires. She uses her magic pen to negate a line and says, "I think I've found the sequence. Freed likes to overlap runes to make following the formula tricky. There is just one line I can't figure out. The translation book is in my room," she sighed. Naruto offers to sit down and asks, "Maybe I can help." "Which line is it?" Curiously, "The blue-haired girl points to the lone beneath a symbol that matched the wizard said logo when he asks this question. "What are your plans?" she inquires as his eyes turn to gold with cross slits for pupils. He says, "Well, it's been a while, but..." Then, as if attempting to create a Rasengan, he concentrates all of the element chakra he can into the palm of his hand, and soon a black orb is floating above it. "This is a Truthseeker orb, a spell unique to me, made up of all the elements." "How is that beneficial?" Makarov inquires as everyone examines the orb. The blonde smiles and sends the orb over to the barrier, where it erases the line Levi wants with little effort before vanishing. "Well, think of it as a magic eraser." "Amazing," Levi remarks as she starts to decipher the remaining text. "What prevented you from using that right away?" Feeling that the blonde had been wasting time, Gajeel asks with a displeased expression. Naruto laughed and said, "Well, you see," adding that he didn't want Levi's efforts to seem pointless and that, "It's not easy to make. I mean, it takes a lot of control to make one and they can be very dangerous." "Naruto, please deal with my grandson," Makarov says, as the barrier quickly disappeared and the two dragon slayers hurried out. "I will remain to watch over the injured, in case the worst happens and I need to use my power to protect the town." The clone speeds off to the location as Naruto himself arrives at the entrance to the church. Naruto smirked and leapt high into the air, looking around. He already knew where the blonde wizard was hiding because of his sensory abilities, but he also sensed a lot of spiking energy near the town's entrance. Neji is on his way there. "I'll send a clone," he thinks, because defeating Laxus was the quickest way to end the conflict, but he wanted to be safe. Sitting on the altar's steps, Laxus declares, "You've come, newbie. I wanted it to be you. From the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you'd be my biggest obstacle." "You mean me?" Naruto laughed and said, "But I'm just one man. Fairy Tail is more than both of us." Although he still wanted to establish a home for shinobi, he was thankful that Sasuke and Neji were growing closer and that the world was gradually becoming their home. He also liked this town and the guild and all of its members. Laxus spits out, "I won't let it be seen like this ever again. Once I take my place as master, I will turn the guild into a dynasty to be feared and respected. The guild is full of spectating rats trying to make ends meet on our reputation and fame." Fairy Tail used to have meaning. but now it's just a brand and the butt of every joke. Even if you get your way, says Naruto, you will never be respected, because a power that forces its way to the top can only be hated. Laxus declares, I will force the guild to respect my power, and then suddenly appears in front of Naruto, ready to punch him. However, Naruto quickly parries the blow and kicks the lightning wizard in the chest, sending him flying back. Naruto grinned and motioned for Laxus to bring it, saying, let's see if you can force me from this spot first. Periphery of Magnolia. When Mirajane, Kana, and Juvia reached the point where Freed killed Elfman, severely punishing the white-haired giant for trying to continue the game after being eliminated, the shock and fear sent Mirajane into a PTSD-like breakdown that activated her Satan soul, and she started to race after Freed, who made a vain attempt to fend her off but was swiftly defeated and on the verge of death, but Naruto's clones stopped her. Is this Mirajane? Naruto asked, gazing at the insane wizard with her bloodlust-filled eyes glaring at Freed and causing a hole in his chest to burn. Her takeover, Satan soul, stated Freed. She was once an S-class like Laxus and Urza, but after an injury and a traumatic experience, she lost her magic, said he. When Naruto looked at her, he swore her shadow had 4 tails. So, Naruto's eyes widened, but he couldn't tell why. This uneasy feeling, is this how Sakura felt when I fought Orochimaru? As he thought, Mirajane, I don't know how you feel right now, but you are better than this, he said, raising his hands as he walked up to her. Your sister wouldn't want you losing yourself like this, he said, and she swiped at him as quickly as he could react, sending him through the wall. She growled as she charged at the downed green-haired wizard, stay out of this, I want Freed. Naruto exploded from the wall and shoulder tackled her. When Mira climbs out of the hole in the wall, Naruto commands her to get out of here. Mirajane, please calm down, it's over, he says, but he can see she has no intention of stopping. No choice, I'll have to wear her out, he muses, not knowing what power she possesses, so he would have to wait for her to initiate contact. Claw of Darkness. She snarled as a magic circle hurled purple energy beams at Naruto, who sidestepped each one and formed a Rasengan to eliminate the claws. As an orb forms between Mirajane's hands, he muses, she has power, but it's unfocused and wild. Freed must be inexperienced with one-on-ones. As her magic ran out, her glowing red eyes turned back to their typical blues as she cursed, soul extinction, and fired the beam towards Naruto. Naruto slammed his palms into the ground and yelled, Doden Chidokaku. A huge wall erupted from the ground, surviving the blow. Naruto could see that the white-haired wizard was growing tired from fighting both him and Freed, and that she would soon pass out and return to normal. Nevertheless, she charged at him, swinging her fists wildly but with enough force to give him some grief. Come on Mirajane, calm down, he begged, feeling as though he was about to vanish after using the chakra he had stored when he was called upon. I'm going to have to let her finish me off, he thinks as she charges. But before she can connect, she momentarily loses consciousness and regains it. Naruto catches her limp body and places her down, supporting her head with his hand. Naruto, what happened? She inquires. She was about to inquire, but he knew, I don't know all the details, but Freed managed to piss you off big time. He's fine, his pride took the most damage, he said, laughing. You're really scary when you're mad, he said, carrying her out of the cave. Lucy and Natsu smiled and said, it's just you now, slow. Unlike with Gray, there are no traps to help you win. The two had located Bixlow, the last member of the Thunder Tribe. Like, who's the cheerleader, and I need them for you, Fireboy. Bixlow smiled and said, come on, kids. When Natsu's flame-covered fist struck him in the face and sent him flying, his eyes widened. When Lucy saw that Bixlow was unconscious, she remarks, I expected more of a fight. Kind of feels like we got of light. Natsu growled, feeling even more eager, now we gotta find Laxus. He needs to pay for what he's done, he said. Are you able to defeat him? Really beat him? Lucy asks. This guy was supposed to be stronger than Urza, and she easily defeats Natsu whenever they fight, she adds, her expression solemn. I can, of course, he says, okay. No, I can't, before lowering his gaze. Laxus versus Naruto. Why can't I hit him? I'm faster than him. This guy, He is more experienced than he looks. There isn't a wasted movement in his stance, nor a gap in his defense. It's like he has eyes on the back of his head. He growled and attacked again, but this time Naruto ducked as Laxus came from behind before thrusting his palm into the lighting wizard's abdomen, sending him into the roof. This was especially annoying because no matter how hard he tries, Naruto always avoids him at the last second. Naruto grins as he looks up, saying, "Hey, got more contact that time. Being fast won't be any use if all you can do is sneak attacks. You annoying asshole, soon the Thunder Palace will go off and nothing will be left. Surrender and I might spare this town," says Naruto with a fist that cuts Laxus's cheek as he lands on the ground, forcing him to make a last-minute dodge. Naruto confidently declares, "The others will handle that," as his bandaged fist glows orange. "I'll end this with my next attack." "Do you have any expectations of those losers?" Laxus chuckles before a series of explosions erupted outside. "My Thunder Palace," he snarled. We took care of the palace, Naruto." Natsu responds with emotion. "Me, Lucy, and Gray, everyone worked together. Now do us all a favor and knock some sense into Laxus." Laxus started flying around the entire church while Naruto grinned and said, "See, even losers like us can accomplish something when we work together. I'm going to crush everyone." Laxus lunges at Naruto and declares, "I own Fairy Tail." When he sped into Naruto's waiting fist with those final words, the punch sent Laxus straight to the ground, where he lay out. Naruto looks at the unconscious man and says, "I don't know why you're like this. Maybe we can talk about one day." The days ahead Laxus was expelled from the guild after his defeat, which infuriated Naruto, but Makarov explained that his grandson's actions left him with little choice. The other members of the Thunder Tribe were spared expulsion but each publicly apologized. Despite everything that transpired, the guild felt closer, as if the forced confrontation had the unintended consequence of encouraging members to be more open. As things calmed down, Neji had stayed by Kana's side the entire time she was asleep, and when she woke up, she looked at him and grinned, saying, "I really do like watching you sleep." Neji's eyes were closed. "Welcome back, you had us all worried," Neji says as his eyes open. "Even you?" she teased, but when she looked down, she saw him holding her hand tenderly. "Me most of all," he replies, "until I remember your Kana Alberona, so I knew you'd be fine, but I still wanted to be here when you woke up." Naruto heard Makarov say, "Nah, don't worry about them. The fact we haven't heard anything means everything is fine," as the blonde shinobi sipped his drink while he watched from the door, laughing. "Kana's up," he said, turning to Makarov. "Now all that's left is Sasuke and Urza." "How do you know for sure?" Makarov inquires as Naruto grinned. "No damage on a continental scale, Sasuke and Urza." It was more like their lips being forced together than a kiss, and it reminded him of the painful moment when he and Naruto bumped lips. Sasuke will never accept that as a kiss. Their captor chuckles and lets them continue dancing for her guests, saying, "Such a pretty pair you two make." "So, do you have any plans?" Urza asks while being spun around. Since he had few options for attacking, he was waiting for the right moment to strike. He had hoped the woman would show regret and let the elderly people rest, but she saw them all as disposable dolls. "Judging from her body movements, she needs to keep her arms at a certain level to keep us under control," he says. "What must I do for you?" she inquires, reasoning that it would be best to let Sasuke take the initiative because her magic was ineffective. She agreed that this place needed to be destroyed, even though she didn't like it. "When I make my move, get everyone out, I'm going to burn this house to the ground," he says. The woman smirks and remarks, "I talk a lot. My little slaves should be grateful to me. Please. My husband is dying." Next to the Fairy Tail members, a woman says. The woman chuckles and says, "Then I will get you a new partner when he does." She doesn't see Urza dip a little, which gives Sasuke an opportunity to act. Amaterasu. When Urza saw Sasuke abruptly switch places with the keys to the lock securing her magic, she freed herself and the other prisoners and led them outside as black flames burst across the roof, sending everyone above into a panic. "My home," the woman yelled, turning to look at Sasuke. "How?" she snarled. "I sealed your magic," and recoiled when Sasuke used Chidori to cut through the wrist lock. "I needed to learn how your magic worked. I couldn't risk making my move until then without risking the others' safety," Sasuke says. "You were mine, just as they were." She yelled as she prepared to use her magic, but as Sasuke's hand stabbed the wall behind her, the lighting around it sprang out like a sword, scraping her shoulder. This house is yours. Everything that's burning is yours. I won't kill you. Sasuke adds. I will see to it you have nothing left before you are thrown in jail. Consider this punishment for torturing so many innocent. You have no right to judge. People like you should be happy to have caught my attention, but how can you comprehend what I've witnessed? My life gives me the right to the world. As her fellow inmates watched, she yelled, I am royalty. Sasuke shook his head, knowing that this terrible event for the people would soon be a memory, even though he still enjoyed dancing with Urza. Since he came to this world, he had wanted to change himself to adapt, and being able to see the bright side of this whole mess was a positive, especially since he might have killed everyone here out of anger before coming here. Eventually, the flames attracted attention, and the local law enforcement were told what had happened right in front of them. But he is startled out of his reverie by the sight of her flowing pink hair, pale complexion, and bright green eyes. She stares at him for a brief moment before disappearing as quickly as he saw her. Sakura.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.